Welcome to episode 1 of the Offensive Pentesting Training Series, and in this episode we're going to officially begin our path with the Try Hack Me's pathway for offensive pentesting, and we're going to be doing something called Vulnversity. It's always very hard for me to pronounce that because it's like a weird combination of words, but basically Vulnerability University is kind of what it's supposed to be, and that's what we're going to be doing in this episode today. In this room inside of Try Hack Me, we're going to be doing a handful of things. Essentially, we're going to be going from beginning to end of a quick little hacking exercise, and we're going to start with active recon because everything starts with reconnaissance. Then we're going to go to attacking a web application and even escalating our privileges to give ourselves higher privileges to be able to do some really advanced things as an attacker. And that's always what happens. You start with reconnaissance. When you do reconnaissance, you get all the intel and information that you need about your target. And I'm kind of getting ahead of myself, but I think it's always really good to kind of review and re-review things. So you start with reconnaissance to get all the intel you need. Then you do some analysis and enumeration of the target. So you've done recon, you've gathered a bunch of information. Now you need to kind of hone in and try to find a specific target. So you'll do enumeration and try to find more information about your targets. And through that process, you'll try to find some kind of vulnerability that exists on that target. And once you've found the vulnerability and you know exactly what version of the system it is and the services that you're going to be attacking, from there you need to find an exploit that you'll launch against that vulnerability so that you can penetrate that system or go into that network, right? So penetration testing, right? So you find a vulnerability that you can exploit, you find an exploit that will match that vulnerability, and then you penetrate the network or you penetrate the system and you get in. And once you've gotten in, you can start taking actions on your objectives, which could be if you want to escalate your privileges and create an admin user that you can always log into later on and then get rid of the current login session that you have. Maybe that might be it. There could be that you want to steal data, right? Data exfiltration is one of those things. Maybe you want to install malware or ransomware so that they pay you money to get out of their network. There could be a lot of different things that you can do, right? When you're doing pen testing, you don't want to do any of those things because that would hurt the client that hired you to do your job. But you want to show them their weaknesses and you say, listen, this is how I got in. I elevated my privileges, all of this stuff. At that point, I could have robbed you for everything that you had, but I didn't because I'm an ethical hacker, right? I'm a pen tester. So that's basically what it is. If you do this maliciously, it is a felony. So just keep that piece in mind. And I say this all the time. If you hack into somebody's system without them giving you permission, and you will inevitably get caught because they are so good on the defensive side, especially when it's a big enough company like Apple or Microsoft or something. They have massive teams in defensive security and incident response and forensics and all of that stuff. So they will find you and they will catch you. And when they do, my dear friend, it is a felony and you're going to get in a lot of trouble. And usually what happens is instead of throwing you in jail, they're going to hire you to work for the government and you will be a slave to the government for the rest of your life, which is not what you want. Okay, I'm telling you, do not do this without permission. I'm just telling you. If you really want to hack and if you really want to get that itch scratched in your body, then go to a place like HackerOne, which is essentially a marketplace for bug bounties and companies that have contracted freelancers to hack them, and then you get paid to hack them. So if you really want to do that, or if you want to hack and if you want to just practice all these things, then go to HackerOne or go find a bug bounty program for any company. Apple has a $2 million bug bounty program that if you actually succeed at that category of a pen test, they will pay you $2 million, right? So you could do that, right? If that's what you really want to do, then do it that way so at least you don't get into trouble for it and you get paid. So that's basically my 2 cents on that. Now, as far as the outline for this course or this video, I should say, and what we're going to be talking about today, there's going to be a machine that we have to deploy. We're going to do recon. We're going to locate directories using a tool called GoBuster, which is actually a really handy tool for enumeration and reconnaissance. And then we're going to compromise the web server. So that's exploitation. And then we're going to escalate our privileges, and that'll be the last of it. And it's a comprehensive exercise that we're running today. We're going to go from the very beginning starting with recon, and then we're going to end up at doing privilege escalation, which is actually going to be really fun, and I think it'll be a good introduction to this whole concept of pen testing for you. This does require you get access to Try Hack Me, so if you don't already have a membership, I urge you to consider it. They have hundreds of free rooms that you can just get with an email address and a password, but I really do consider one of the greatest platforms. I've learned so much from Try Hack Me, and it's not expensive to get a paid membership through them, so I would say consider getting the paid membership as well, because you can get access to all of the advanced rooms with the attack boxes and virtual machines. The free rooms also have attack boxes and virtual machines and things like that, but you get access to everything that's available inside of Try Hack Me, and in my opinion, it's totally worth it. So all of that being said, this is what we're going to be talking about in this video today. A quick note from our membership community, Hackaholics Anonymous, and then we will dive deep into it. If you want access to my notes and exclusive downloads and to get lifetime access to me on Discord, consider joining Hackaholics Anonymous. We have 4 tiers. We have the supporter, the agent, the guardian, and the master. Each tier gets their own Discord server and early access to content. The agent, guardian, and master levels get exclusive content, exclusive downloads, monthly Python automations, live streams with me every single month, plus so much more. And to join, you can simply click the link in the description below, and you will be able to choose the tier for which you want to join. I really hope I see you in the Discord chats. If not, I hope I see you in the comment section. Okay, so real quick, the first things first, we got to deploy this virtual machine, which is going to be our target machine. So usually the ones that are in this section right here, and this one originally, before I clicked it, it was the color of this green that you see right here, like this neon green. So when you actually click it, it turns into this gray, and it actually starts in the background. And what happens is you get this IP address right here. So this is now the IP address of our target, okay? And then at the top of the screen, there is going to be a blue button, and this blue button usually at first says start attack box, and then when you click on that, then it actually starts the attack box, in a split screen where you can see right here. And because I'm zoomed in on the screen right now, you can't really see it because I'm super zoomed in, and I'm doing it because I want you to be able to read the text as we go along with this stuff. So I always do this. I always open this up inside of full screen. And even if you're not zoomed in on your own computer, it's just so much easier to open it up on a full screen like this, because now you can actually see everything and navigate the page. And then I'll zoom in for you as we get to certain elements that you might need to see. So if you need to see something on here, for example, I'll zoom in so you can see it. But for the most part, you get an actual full desktop view, which is very important. And then I'll go ahead and exit the split view like that. And that's pretty much it, right? So that's really all we got to do. Now, they do mention that if you want to use your own machine, so instead of using the Linux attack box that they give us, if you want to use your own machine, you can actually use OpenVPN to establish that connection. It does require that you have a membership with Try Hack Me, so some kind of member account, so that you can go ahead and connect to the Try Hack Me servers via OpenVPN. You can do it with Mac OS, you can do it with Linux, you can do it with Windows, you can do it with any operating system. It's just that when we do all of the exercises that we do in pen testing, what we use is a Linux machine, and it's Ubuntu Linux, and it has a lot of the tools that we would need for that exercise pre-installed on it. So for example, GoBuster. So you can use a version of Ubuntu Linux that's designed for pen testing, or you can just download Kali Linux, which is pretty much designed strictly for pen testing. And Kali Linux is a distribution of Linux that comes pre-installed with all of the tools that you would need. So Burp Suite, GoBuster, Hydra, John the Ripper, all of that stuff comes pre-installed with Kali Linux. And for people who are in pen testing, that's kind of the approach that you want to take. And I always have one at the very least installed on this little thumb drive. So I'll just show it to you real quick. So I have a thumb drive that's available right next to me, and I have Kali Linux installed on this that I can take into any computer that will take a USB drive, right? And then I'll just plug it in, and then I'll boot the machine, and then I'll choose this version so that it boots that Kali Linux machine for me. And then from there, I can use anything that I would need for the given exercise or the task at hand, right? So that's my approach to doing this. If you want to do that, there's a playlist on this channel called the CompTIA Linux Plus playlist. In the very first episode, part 3, you're going to learn how to install various distributions. And if you want to install it directly on your hard drive, or if you want to install it on a thumb drive like this, instructions are available in both of those capacities. So my recommendation is always have at the very least a version of Linux running on a thumb drive, just so you can have access to it. If not, you can just download it on your machine. If not, you can just use the attack box that's available on TryHackMe and go ahead and log in and use the web-based attack box, which is very similar to what we're going to be doing in this particular section. So that's basically it. I kind of did an over-explanation, but people are telling me that over-explanations are good, and it's better to have more information. It's better to have all the information and not need it than to need the information and not have it. That's kind of the philosophy behind all this. So I always overshare, and I go on a bunch of different rabbit holes and tangents and things like that. I have squirrel moments, right? So when any of those things happen, bear with me. I always come back to the task at hand, which is what? Deploying the machine, right? That's basically the task that we have right here. So we're officially done. We're ready to go. So let's do the very first portion right here, which is reconnaissance. All right, so here's what's cool about all of this pen testing stuff that we're going to be doing in these modules, in these rooms, in this pathway. Everything ultimately comes down to running the actual exercise and using the tool. So for example, reconnaissance, Nmap is one of the biggest tools, one of the most popular tools when it comes down to doing recon, because number one, it's open source, it's free to download and install, and number two, it's very, very functional. It has a lot of capabilities that you can use to get a lot of information about your target. So in this particular case, for example, this is the sample command that they give us, and we're going to go through a bunch of different commands with Nmap, but that's a sample command. And what it does is that SV, this lowercase s uppercase v, gives us the version of the services that would be running on all of the open ports on this IP address, right? So there are a bunch of different flags that, and this is just kind of like the tip of the iceberg, as they say. So SV will get you the version of the services that are running. If you want to scan a specific port, you can do -p and then give it the port number, or do -p-. This kind of got cut off because I'm zoomed in. So it'd be -p-, and it will scan all of the ports, and that's 65,000 plus ports. So that one will take a long time when you run that. When you do $P lowercase n, it disables host discovery and scans for open ports. $A will do all of the options inside of Nmap. So it'll do OS detection, version detection. It executes built-in scripts for further enumeration. This one also takes a long time. So if you do -A combined with -p-, then you're going to step away from your computer and you're going to come back in a couple of hours, because that's going to take a very, very long time. If you do lowercase s uppercase c, it'll scan with the default Nmap scripts. -v, which is always a good practice to just do with everything that you're doing. We'll do verbose mode, which will put a bunch of output onto the screen as progress is being made. So you just get a lot more details with -v. And you can even do -vv for very verbose, and even vvv for very, very verbose, and you'll get even more details. And then if you do lowercase s uppercase u, it'll be a UDP port scan. Lowercase s uppercase s will be a TCP SYN scan. Lowercase s uppercase t will be a connect scan. So there's a bunch of different types of things that you can do. A lowercase s uppercase s, this is also known as a stealth scan, because there is no full TCP connection that's been established on this. For more information about the different types of connections, I encourage you to check out the CompTIA Network Plus playlist that's on this channel. But you know, there's TCP ports, there's UDP ports, and then inside of TCP, you can do a SYN scan, you can do an acknowledgement scan, you can do a full connect scan. And the full connect scan will get you more information than any of the other scans, but it's also louder, meaning that it'll show up on defensive tools. So if somebody is watching their system, if they're monitoring the activity on their system, and they see that somebody's using Nmap to establish a connection to their service, they know for a fact that, oh, this is a red flag. We need to go ahead and block this IP address that's trying to connect to us, and so on and so forth. So there's a lot of information that you can get with the connect scan, but it's also very loud. When you do the SYN scan, the stealth scan, you don't get a full connection, therefore you don't get as much information. However, it's stealthier than if you were to try to establish a full connection. So There are a bunch of Nmap cheat sheets that we can use online, and I'm going to show you my favorite way to do this because there's also a manual that comes along with Nmap. So if you do man Nmap, basically, it'll open up the manual for Nmap. And inside of this, it gives you the description of what Nmap can do. It'll give you examples of different types of scans that you can make. For example, you can also scan domain names instead of just IP addresses and sample outputs that you would get. And then the various options that are available to you. These are a bunch of different options that are available to you. And let's expand this a little bit so you can kind of see everything cleanly. So we have, host discovery stuff. We have different types of scan techniques. So this is what I was talking about, right? Lowercase s, uppercase S is the SYN scan. And then the uppercase T will give us a connect scan. The uppercase A will give us an acknowledgement scan. And then the Windows and then Maimon scans. And then there's the UDP scans and da-da-da-da. And then how you can specify ranges of ports, how you can find service version detection, how you can run various scripts, and there are even more scripts than what you can see on here. So there's a lot of stuff that's available here. OS detection, timing and performance, firewall, IDS evasion options, output options, etc., etc. So there's a lot of different options that are available with Nmap. And one of the greatest things that you can do is look at the manual for Nmap and see what options are available and read through all of this stuff, right? If you don't want to do this, then what you can do is go find a cheat sheet on Google and use that as your resource, which is all good as well. So whatever you end up using, you do need to read up on what Nmap can do because it is going to be a tool that we're going to reference frequently as we go through all of these offensive pen testing stuff. It's a tool that we reference all the time when we do CompTIA Pentest Plus. So there's a lot of things that you can do. And to get out of the manual, you can just press Q on your keyboard and it'll automatically exit the manual. So now that we have that, we're going to scan the box. How many ports are open? So we need to just first scan the box. And the IP address I think that I got is this IP address that was populated here. So that's the IP address that was assigned to me. So one of the best things that we can do, right? So we're just going to do Nmap, and then I will do the SS because it's also a little bit quicker to do the SS. And I'm already logged in as root, but something that you do need to know is that when you run SS, you actually need to have root permissions or you need to use sudo with it. If I'm already logged in as root, I don't need to use sudo, but I'll just use sudo anyways. And then you can do nmap lowercase s, uppercase s because it's a little bit quicker. And then we'll just give it the IP address that we want to run, which is that piece right there. And then I'll do -v for verbose. And we press enter and it runs it very quickly. So now we have the ports that are open, right? So it says how many? So we have 994 closed ports, which if we do, it scans the top 1,000, right? Not the first 1,000, but the top 1,000. So if it tells me that there's 994 closed ones, that means there's 6 open ones, right? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So there's 6 open ports on this machine. So we're going to do that. And that's our first official answer. Now it says, what version of the Squid proxy is running on the machine? So what we have right here is the port 3128 has Squid running on it. So now I need to get the version of that. So I'll do what? I'll do nmap sv to get the version, and then I'll give it the IP address that I'm running, right? And then, whoops. I see. So when you highlight anything, it automatically copies it, which is actually kind of annoying. So in order to do that, we'll go ahead and copy the IP address again, which is actually right over here. So the 10.201.74. This will be different for you. So we'll do this and we'll do nmap and then we'll do sv and then we'll give it the IP address, paste right here. And then we'll do -v, and then we'll do -p because we need to give it that port number. And that port number is going to be 3128 in this particular case. Press enter, and then it'll give us the version of Squid proxy that's running on that specific port. So we'll give it a couple of seconds, and then we'll get our response. And there it is. So version 4.10, Squid proxy HTTP version 4.10, so 4.10, boom. And let's see it. Come on, I know it's the right answer. Just there we go. Okay, excellent. So we got it. So next one. Says how many ports will Nmap scan if the flag is -P400? And so if we do 400, that would be the answer. Now this is a little bit tricky because it's not supposed to be -P-400. It's supposed to be -P400 because -P- will be read first, and then that'll actually scan 65,000 plus ports. So this one is actually supposed to be missing that second dash that you see right there. So it's -P space 400 will give us 400 ports. What is the most likely operating system that this machine is running? Okay, so what is the most likely operating system that this machine is running? I had to restart the virtual machine and the attack box because I had to end the recording and we're revisiting it on another day. So what we're trying to figure out is the most likely operating system that this thing is running. So let's figure that out. Now it doesn't show it to us on this list that we see right here, but there is an option which is the O option that gives us the operating system of the machine. So let me get the IP address one more time. So essentially, if we just run Nmap with the O flag, which is this thing right there, or the O option, I should say. If we do that and then paste it, and then we'll do V for verbose again, and just run it, and it'll give us the best guess or the best option, I guess, for the operating system. So retrying OS detection, and it's retrying it against the number of ports that would be available. And so this is the response that we would get right now. There's some tricks to this. So you see Microsoft DS is right here for the port on 445. And then we also see that there is no exact OS matches for the host. If you know what OS is running, C, etc., etc. And then it gives us a fingerprint right here. So if we go through this information, it can kind of give us some kind of an answer. So it says Linux GNU is the PC. And it's the x86_64 pin Linux GNU. That's potentially what it could be. And I think they might be looking for this portion right here, the x86_64, if not for Linux. So let's see which answers would be. What is the most likely operating system that it's running? So it's not Linux. So x86_64. That's not it either. Is it Windows? Nope, it's not it either. So let's see, what is it? Yeah, honestly, the conclusion that I keep coming to is that it would be Linux, because this is just something that's on a port. So I don't think it would be Microsoft, and Microsoft or Windows would not be the answer anyway, because it's supposed to be 6 characters long. So it has to be Linux. Now, Linux technically by itself is 5 characters long, which is what's giving us the little issue right here. And the hint says what? Run it with the O flag, which is exactly what we did anyways. So I wonder if we're supposed to be running it on a specific port or something, or what. So that's the piece that I'm kind of curious about. But I'm going to try a few different variations to see what the answer potentially might be. Okay, so I ran it with the SV flag as well as the O flag, and we did get this interesting thing right here. So this is actually a distribution of Linux, which is Ubuntu, and that is 6 characters long. So I'm going to go ahead and say that it's Ubuntu. There you go. Okay, so it was Linux. That is technically the operating system. The distribution of Linux that is being used is Ubuntu. Okay, very good. So what port is the web server running on? So if we go and look at this information again, we can look at some information about the web server. The Apache HTTPD would be the web server in this particular case. So I'm going to say it's 3333. And it's essential to ensure that you're always doing your reconnaissance thoroughly before progressing. Knowing all open services, which can be all points of exploitation, is very important. Don't forget that ports on a higher range might be open, so constantly scan ports after 1,000, even if you leave checking in the background, which we technically have done because it's 3333 is way higher than 8,000. So ports after 1,000, I don't know if they're talking about the top 1,000 or if they're talking about after the port number 1,000, but we did do that. Now, what is the flag for enabling verbose mode using nmap, and that would be the -v for verbose mode. So that was pretty much all we got on that. So now we can move on to the next section here, which is locating directories using GoBuster, which is a cool little tool. GoBuster is a nifty little tool. We've used it in probably like a dozen different videos on this channel by now, and it's actually very handy. It's probably one of my favorite enumeration tools when it comes down to web enumeration, because it's really easy to use, and then you'll see in a little bit how we use it. The goal for this particular section is to use GoBuster to locate a directory that we can upload a web shell to. If you don't have it on your machine, you can download it by, if it's a Linux machine at the very least, you can download it by running sudo apt get and then getting that installed. But typically, when you are using Kali Linux, it's already pre-installed on Kali. You can also download it directly from this link that's available to us, which is on GitHub. So it's the oj/GoBuster location that you can go ahead and download it on your own machine, Windows or Mac or anything like that. We're going to use a word list because GoBuster requires that you use a word list. In our installation of the attack box, all of the word lists are installed here. If you're using Kali Linux, this is also the default location for using the word list or finding any stored word lists. And typically, there's also a dirbuster directory inside of that location that you can use for your word list when you're doing enumeration with GoBuster. You can technically use any word list when you're doing enumeration with GoBuster, but there is a handful of lists that are available to us whenever we install it. When you install GoBuster, it also installs the word lists, and it does it on, at least on Linux, it does it on this location. So this is the basic command, right? So you call on GoBuster, you give it the type of scan you want to do, which is a directory scan in this case. Then you have to give it a U flag, which would give it the URL. So in our case, we're going to be using the IP address on the port 3333 because that's where the web server is sitting. And then the -w implies that we want to use a word list. And then after this, you would give it the full path to the word list that you're going to be using, including the .txt portion right here. You're going to use that whole thing. So when you combine this whole thing, you'll actually be able to run the scan, and then it'll give you the directory. These are a few other flags that are available. So the -e will give the full URLs, and the console -u would give the target URL. -w uses the word list. -u and p, both capitalized, would be a username and password if you actually had a username and password. -p would give the proxy that you want to use for a given request. You can also use proxy chains, but that's beyond the scope of this video. And then -c would specify a cookie for simulating the authentication. So there are a few different flags. The one that we're going to end up using is just this basic command that we have at the top right here, included with the word list location on this specific location. So I'm just going to copy this one because that's exactly what I need. So GoBuster dir -u, that, and then the word list. So let's do that real quick. All right, here we go. Okay, there it is. That's the full command right there. Press enter on that, and there we go. So it starts working really nicely, very quickly. So we have images, we have CSS, we have JS, we have internal, and let's see what else pops up. It's almost done with the entire list. And so there we go, internal JS, CSS images. So let's go pull up our browser, because the next question here says, what is the directory that has an upload form page? I can pretty much guess that it's going to be internal, which, yeah, that's the answer. But let's actually check it out. Let's actually go to that location and see if it is indeed a form, right? 201.27.244, and then on port 3333 /internal. And let's see if that's an upload form. There it is. There's the upload form. So that's where we went to 10.201.27.244 :3333 /internal, and now we have an upload form. And I'm guessing we're going to use that upload form to compromise the web server in this next step. So let's do that. Okay, to compromise the web server, we got to do a couple of things. Number one, we're going to be using Burp Suite to find out what extension on a file is allowed to be uploaded into the web server. Because from what I read, it seems that there are certain extensions that are automatically blocked for upload. So we have to figure out first what type of extension is actually allowed. So we're going to do a few things. So first of all, using Burp Suite, let me actually go ahead and open it up just so we can navigate to it quickly. And it's going to be this little logo right here, this kind of like teal blue logo right here. You're going to click that, it's going to load, and so we'll just kind of let that load in the background. So what we're trying to do is we're going to be using the intruder, which is automating customized attacks. If you have not used Burp Suite before, this is going to be like a quick crash course, and this might feel overwhelming. So I do encourage you to go check out the Burp Suite videos that are on this channel, because we go from the very basics of what it is, what it does, what the different modules are, and of course to some of the more advanced stuff like using intruder, and then the repeater is what we used for the race conditions attack video. So if you search for race conditions, you'll see an advanced use of the Burp Suite repeater. So there are a lot of different videos on Burp Suite. This is a big tool that is used for web application penetration testing. Very, very powerful tool for a variety of different reasons. So I'm going to be kind of doing like a crash course on what we're about to do, because I just need to get the answer for these questions. But if it feels overwhelming, I totally understand. I don't want you to be discouraged. I just want you to learn more about it, because you're going to run across Burp Suite a lot. If you're going through the offensive pen testing, try hack me path, then you should already be familiar with Burp Suite. So this shouldn't be anything that would be kind of a first introduction to you. If you're going through offensive pen testing before you go through junior pen tester, that's kind of the incorrect order to do it. You should have already finished junior pen tester before you got to this room. So just, you should be familiar with Burp Suite is all I'm trying to say. Okay, so what we're doing here is we're creating a few different extensions. So we're going to do PHP, we're going to do PHP 3, PHP 4, PHP 5, and PHTML. We're just going to create a text file to actually do that. So while I'm here, I'm just going to do all of it inside of the same terminal window. So where are we? We're inside of the root location inside of this. So I guess we'll just keep it here. So we're going to do a quick little thing, right? We're going to do nano, and we'll do php text.txt, I guess, like that. And then we're going to do, what was it? It was .php, .php1, .php2, .php3, .php4, .php5, I think they did. And then what was it? .pht, where am I? PHTML. Oh, they skipped 1 and 2, so I created extra ones. But so you just need PHP, PHP 3, 4, 5, and PHTML is what they looked for. So PHTML. Whoops, not HHTML, PHTML, like that. Okay, so there you go. These are the extensions. So we're going to do Control O, right to the file, Control X, and there we go. So now we actually have our PHP text file. So if I read it, there we go. Those are all of the entries. Okay, so we have the text file. Now we can go into Burp Suite. And when you load it the first time, or any time that you load it, this is what it looks like. I don't have any temporary projects. I don't have any configuration files. So I'm just going to use the defaults here. And when we go through that, it's going to turn on like so, right? So very, very basic, simple location. So the instructions tell us that once you have that, you're going to make sure that it can intercept all the traffic, upload a file, and once the request is captured, send it to the intruder, click on payloads, and do this, So this is what we're going to end up doing, basically. We're going to upload a file, and we're going to capture that upload, and I'll show you what that looks like. When you capture it, it allows you to modify different elements of the source code of what's actually being sent kind of behind the scenes every time you do a interaction with a web browser. And what we can do is we can modify certain parts of that request. So in this case, we're going to be modifying the extension of the file. Now, in this case, it doesn't matter whether or not there is even a file. So I'm just going to do, I'm just going to do touch shell.php. That's it, because I just want to create a file called that has that extension of PHP. It doesn't even need to have anything in it, because all we're trying to do is just trying to see what extension is allowed here. So this is what it looks like when you land on the dashboard of Burp Suite. The thing that we're most interested in at the beginning is to make sure that the proxy is turned on. So when you see intercept is turned on, that means we can actually capture the request. Now, inside of Firefox, this doesn't work with Chrome, just so you know. Inside of Firefox, there is this little extension called Foxy Proxy. And in our attack box, this is already configured, so I can just turn on the Burp Suite configuration right here. If you want to learn how to do this, go watch the introduction to Burp Suite video, and it'll show you how to configure Foxy Proxy. So I'm not going to go through that. If you want to learn to do that, very, very simple stuff. You can probably even figure it out by just doing it yourself, because you can go to click on this, click on options, it'll load it in a new location here. And then over here, you can go ahead and where do we go? We can go to proxies, and then we can add a proxy and then just fill in the blanks. It's very, very easy to do. So I'm going to go ahead and turn on the Burp proxy by just clicking on it. So now the proxy is active, and we are capturing everything inside of our Burp Suite session. So we're going to browse, and we're going to upload the file, which is that shell PHP. Open that, click submit, and now you saw a little pop-up happen on the side right here. If we go to the background inside of Burp Suite, we should be able to see that. I don't know why I can't click on it. If I click on that like that, okay, there we go. Now we should be able to see that we actually have a request that we just captured, which is a post request, because we are sending data to the web server. And so I can right click on this and I can send it to the intruder. You can also do Control-I. When you do that, the intruder highlights, you click on intruder, and now we have the actual request. We have all of the content of that request. And it's already configured to sniper attack, so I don't need to change it. But there are different types of attacks. And we have, again, we've done all of these inside of the actual Burp Suite training video. So you can go ahead and establish those. Now, the key piece is this button that we're interested in right here, that we need to go ahead and add these little squiggly symbols or whatever these things are, so that we can create a targeted point. So I'm going to highlight this .php portion right here for the shell PHP file that I'm sending, and I'm going to do add. And then now it wraps that portion with the little squigglies. So if we go to our instructions, we can see that the .php has now been wrapped with the little squigglies. So all good in that section. Now we need to do payload has already been located, positions has been located, and that's all good. So now what we need to do is connect that file that we just created so that it will load it, right? So what I'm going to do, I can probably technically even paste this. So simple list of strings, I could even do that. I can add one piece by piece, right? We could do all of these things. So I'm just going to load a text file, which is something that I already have. So where's my text file? It is the PHP text. There we go. That's the one. So I'm going to open that text file. There we go. Now we can see all of my entries are loaded into this. So payload configuration is all good. It's a very simple list, right? That's what you can choose. There's different other ones, but we're just using a very simple list, and that's it. That's pretty much all we need. So now what we're going to do is we're going to start the attack by clicking that orange button, and it's going to start running. Excellent. And there we go. So now we have received various responses, and the responses that we have received will determine which one was actually successful. So PHTML, was it successful, right? So if I click on the response here, I can see the response of the web server, and it will tell me whether or not it has been allowed. So it says PHTML is not allowed. So PHTML was not allowed. If I do PHP 5, extension was not allowed. So let's see which one is allowed. Okay, so we have to figure some things out, because I've done this exercise before and I don't remember how I came to the conclusion. So instead of just telling you the answer, I'm going to go through the motions that I would to try to figure out the actual answer. So all of the responses when we ran that test said that extension is not allowed, which is what you see right here, right? So all of them came back as extension is not allowed. So I need to see if any of them were actually uploaded. Now, the way that we would do this is we would rerun the command that we ran with the GoBuster. And instead of running it with the previous location, which is what this 3333 is, we're now going to add that internal at the end of it, just so we can see if there's anything else that we can discover using this new path, right? Because I want to see if there are, for example, an uploads folder like this, right? So now we can see that there's actually an uploads folder that's available. So we can go ahead and find that. So this is what I would do if I didn't already know that there is an uploads folder that would show all of the files. So it's just basically gonna run. That was what I was most interested in and I wanted to show you. So what we can do now is we can go over here and we can see if we can access the uploads folder. And we can see that shell.phtml was actually uploaded, even though we got a message from Burp Suite saying that the extension is not allowed. So this is how we know that phtml was actually the type of file that we can successfully upload. So that answers our next question, which is, what type of file can you upload? Because in the instructions, they literally say for the next piece, they're like, okay, well, you're going to upload phtml. And it's like, okay, well, they're kind of giving us the answer to this, but I want you to find out the answer for yourself. I want you to at least know how to find the answer in case there is no instructions being handed to you on a silver platter, right? So now what we're going to end up doing is we're going to go ahead and actually create a reverse shell that we can upload. And this is what I had open right here. I had just clicked on this. So this is basically what the file is. Now, what you can do is you can highlight this whole thing, or you can just click copy, right? So you can copy this whole thing and then paste it inside of a file, which is what I'm going to do. Or you can go to this link, right? Copy this link and go to your web browser inside of the attack box or the web browser on your own computer, and then just download the file, whatever you want to do. In my particular case, I already created a shell.php file. So I'm just going to open this file, and I'm going to paste the contents of that shell that we just had right here. I'm going to do Control O, Enter, Control X to close out of it. But there is something that we need to do now. We need to actually rename it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do MV, which basically allows you to rename something. It's a move command, but what you can do is you can take something and then rename it as something else. So phtml, I think that's what it was, right? phtml. So now if I do ls, we can see that the file has actually been renamed. And I do want to say, yeah, it is phtml. So the name itself is kind of irrelevant because it doesn't matter, because as long as it has a phtml file, you should be able to now upload it, okay? So we will go now, I'm going to close this out now. So now we're going to go over here. We're going to go back to the internal page, and we're going to upload our new file, the phtml file. So we're going to upload that thing, open, submit, and it says success. Look at that. So we actually got success instead of extension not allowed, because I think that was just a silly response that it was being generated automatically because the first file that we uploaded was a PHP file. So the automatic response was extension not allowed, and it applied to everything else. So what we now know is that phtml is allowed, and we also know that it's going to be inside of the uploads folder. So if I go here, now I see I have a shell.phtml file. Excellent. So now before we run it, we need to create a netcat listener so that we can capture that connection. And if you don't know what that means, then you need to go watch the What the Shell video. All of this stuff should not be new to you. This is the other thing, right? You're going through, technically this video is a part of kind of an intermediate to advanced level pen testing video. So if you haven't gone through all of the junior pen tester stuff, you should not be here, because there's so much information that was foundational information that you don't have access to. So we're going to now do a netcat listener, and I have no idea on what port we're actually going to be listening on. I guess port 4444. Maybe is that what the port was that was pre-configured on this thing? I should have paid attention to that. I have no idea what port it's listening on. So let's see what port we're supposed to be listening on. Yeah, I uploaded the incorrect thing. So first of all, I was supposed to change the IP address to the IP address of my attack box, and then I was supposed to update the port. So technically the port is port 1234 that we would be listening on, but I also didn't change the IP address of the machine that is supposed to be on. So let me go into this nano PHTML file, and let's go and modify that IP address to be the IP address of our attack box here. And you would just replace this with the IP address of your machine. So it would be, in this case, I'm going to be deleting this 127.0.0.1. It stands for the local machine IP. So technically it could probably work, but I'm just going to do my job, and I'm going to do 10.201.88.131, which is the IP address of my attack box. And you would change that to your machine. If you leave it as the local IP, I think it can still work because you're technically trying to connect to your local machine anyways. But I think that would give you errors, and we want to be professionals at this. So we're going to change the IP address, and then I'm just going to change the port, I guess, too. So I'll just do 4444 for the port, and the IP address is now set. So now we're going to save the file, go back, and now we're going to, I'm going to change the name of it just in case I have an issue. So we're going to change, or I'll do this. Instead of doing move, I'll do copy shell.phtml, and I'm going to turn it to shell2.phtml. That's what I'll do. So now I should have two files. So what I'm going to do again, I'm going to re-upload it because I totally forgot to modify the file. So we're now going to upload shell2, and we should get a success message. Excellent. So now we're going to go to our uploads folder. Now we have two of them. Awesome. So now we can do our netcat listener, and we're going to be listening on port 4444. Boom. Now we're listening on port 4444. So we are now ready to capture a connection. So the next thing that we got to do is actually just go to this file. So we would do this. We would just do shell2.phtml, and I feel like I could even click on it and it would probably activate. But that's pretty much it. So now pay attention to what's going to happen in the background. As soon as I press enter, if I've done everything correctly, there we go. We got a connection right away, immediately, instantaneously. So now we're inside of the machine. So print working directory, we're in the root folder. That's all the stuff. So who am I in this root folder? I am one of the root users. Great. So what I'm going to try to do is I'm going to go to the user directory. That's where everybody usually is. And so inside of this, we have the source, or we can, what are we looking for here? I think we're looking for a specific flag or something. So first off, it says you want to upload da-da-da. Which one is blocked? So PHP is blocked. That's very obvious. Okay, so I understand Burp Suite. If you don't understand it, you can definitely go watch the video for Burp Suite, all the videos, so you can actually really learn it. What extension is actually allowed? That is going to be the PHTML that is allowed. While completing the above exercise, I successfully downloaded the reverse shell. Yes. What is the name of the user who manages the web server? Okay. All right. So let's find out who manages the web server here. We have a few user profiles inside of the user. So lib da 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 da. Okay. So I don't think it's the www data. I don't think that was the one. So we need to find out who's actually managing the web server. Okay, so if the user folder doesn't have anything for us, there is another folder that is where is it? The home folder, which houses all of the home directories for the individual users. So we can go into that. And okay, so we have two people here. We have Bill and we have Ubuntu. And I'm gonna venture a guess and say it's Bill. Okay, so now what is the user's flag? So let's see if we can actually go into Bill's directory here. And there's a text file, so user.txt, and there's the flag. So that's Bill's flag. Cool beans. All right. Wonderful. So we got it. Now, privilege escalation, the last step here. All right, so for privilege escalation, we need to escalate our privileges, and one of the ways that we can do it is by looking for files that have the SUID permission on them. The root user is considered a super user, and I look at the SUID as the super user ID, but it technically I think stands for set user ID upon execution, etc. So we're looking for files basically that have that SUID permission set, and the user that would have set it would be that root user. And so if we can execute the file as a root user and it has the vulnerability attached to it that allows us to elevate or escalate our privileges to that root user, then by launching it, by actually executing that file, we should be able to gain root privileges, right? So that's kind of the goal here, is to launch a file that was created by a root user, and the permission of that file is that SUID, the set owner user ID upon execution. So whenever you execute that file, it sets the user ID to the root user. That's kind of what we're trying to do here. So for example, right, the binary file to change your password has the SUID bit set, which is this thing right here. And so this is because to change your password, you will need to write to the shadowverse file that you don't have access to. Root does. So it has root privileges and makes the right changes. So this is what it actually looks like when we look at permissions of anything. So if I go here and for this file that we have, if we do lsla, it'll give us, for that user file, it'll give us the permissions right here, right? So you see it's dash rw dash r dash dash r dash dash, right? So if it was all set, it would be, you know, rw execute, so read, write, execute, read, write, execute, read, write, execute. So this first bit right here, this first set, is the user who created the file. This next set is the group that this file can get access to. And then this set is everybody else. So this is the user that created the file, the owner. This is the group that this user potentially belongs to, or the group that has been granted permission and the permissions that they have. And then this is the everybody else group. So if you see something that has all of these things set, that means everybody can actually read, write, and execute. Now the piece that we're looking for is, instead of read, write, execute, it would be read, write, S, right? So that's the permission, that's the super user or the set user ID permission. So we're looking for files like this, basically. So one of the ways that you can search for these types of files is to just use a simple find command. Now the find command is actually just doing find, and then what we give it the location we want to search through. And I always just do the / because I want it to search through the entire machine. So the / represents the root of the machine, everything inside of that root, recursively, all the files and directories inside of it. And then we're looking for something with the permission, right? So we're looking for a given permission. Now you can do permission -u equals S for the user equaling that set user ID. You could also do permission, I think it's 4000. It's like the numerical value for it. So you do -us, right? -u equals S. And then the last thing is you want to do this piece right here, the toDev null location, because all the error messages, I don't want to see the error messages. I want all the permission errors to go to that dev null folder, which basically immediately gets deleted. And then I just want to see the values that are applicable, the actual files that I can use, right? The files that match this criteria right here. So it takes a minute because it's going to search through the entire machine. So we're just going to give it a minute and then we'll get some responses, hopefully. Okay, so we got a lot of response. So the one that I think I'm actually, a lot of these things are also directories. And so I'm going to rerun this. Oh, I can't do dash. Oh, I forgot to make this an active session. So there, or an interactive session. There's actually a little trick that we can use to make our session an interactive session, so I can actually use the up arrow. So you see when I do up arrow, it actually doesn't go to the previous command. So there's a little trick that we can do. I'm going to track down the command real quick. This is the command. So this is a very simple little command that will allow us to convert the current remote shell that we have into an interactive session. So that way we can use things like the directional arrow keys or do Control-C without closing out our remote connection. So we're just going to assign the shell environmental variable to the bin bash location, and then we're going to execute a script, and then of course dev null to make it quiet. And okay, so now there you go. Now you see that it's converted from that command line into this command line that actually shows me the user that I am on the IP address that I'm connected to, and it even gives me the path that I'm in, which is that home build directory. So now if I do the up arrows, oh, it still doesn't work. Well, that's annoying. But okay, so the last command that we did, which was the find /, and then we're looking for that perm, or I'm actually going to do this type file, and then I'm going to look for the perm of user equals s, right? Let me just remind myself. Yeah, dash, actually it's supposed to be dash u. Excuse me about the noise in the background if my neighbor's car is too loud. So it's going to be dash u equals s, and then we're going to do the to / dev null. So it should give me a smaller list, hopefully this time around. And these are only files that we're interested in that actually have that permission, that user permission that's been set. Okay, so now let us see which one of these actually stands out. There is so in case you don't know which one you should be looking for, there's this little resource actually, which I find very useful. And this little resource, let me make sure I organize it, is the GTFO bins, okay? So I always refer to it as get the F out, right? Get the fuck out bins kind of a thing. So this is what we're looking for, and it already has the pre-configured button right here. So SUID is the one that we're looking for. And so it gives you a list of all the binaries that if the SUID is set, you can leverage it to do the various things that you would want to do, right? So, and there's a lot of them. So you can essentially use any of these things to see how you can escalate your privileges. So I'm just going to drag this off screen, and basically I'm going to kind of search through these various binaries that are available to us. So we can see that they have bin in front of them. So these stand for binaries. So we're looking for any of these that if the SUID is set, and then user bin is also here as well. So if I can get the system binary, which is what these guys are, if we can use any of those, that would be amazing. So off the top, the systemctl is with the one that controls a lot of the processes inside of the machine. So if systemctl does exist, which it actually does, so look at that, like first search, right? So systemctl right there, that actually exists, that we could use. There we have su mount, umount, fuser mount. So all of these could be, right? So if I do su, that's too much. We'll do mount. Mount is not on here. Umount is not on here, right? So systemctl is on here. So there it is. So we'll just click on this, and then it shows you, right? So if the binary has the SUID bit set, it does not drop the elevator privileges. It may be of use to access the file system, escalate or maintain privileges, etc. So you can do something like this. You can basically run something like this and make it work. And then we have sudo, etc. So I want to say, so it says this example creates the local SUID copy of the binary. To interact with an existing SUID binary, skip the first command and run the program using its original path. So this one is trying to find the path of systemctl, I think. And so in this particular case, the original path, which would be which path? This, I think, is the /bin /systemctl. I think that is the location that we're going to be using to run this as. So let's see if I'm going to have to play around with this a little bit just to make sure that it actually works. So I'm going to open up a little text editor here so I can modify it real quick, and then we'll copy and paste it inside. So we go right here, right? So let me zoom in. Can I zoom in? Give me a zoom. Give me a zoom. Okay, whatever. You know what? I'll just zoom in like this. Whatever. All right, cool. So the thing that we're looking for here is this piece. We're going to change it to the actual path. So the bin systemctl. That's the actual path that we see right here, right? So bin systemctl. So we're going to change that to that. So we're going to go here, and then there's nothing else that I think I need to change. I'm just going to be using this whole thing. So I'm going to go take this. I'm going to copy this whole thing and go here. And fingers crossed, right? We want to see if we can, there we go, we run that. And so did we get error messages? I think we did. So let's see what error messages we got and what we need to do to make changes. I see. Okay, so the issue is that in this location, it's looking for the current location that I'm in, and then /bin systemctl, which inside of the current location, which is where I'm inside of home build. So inside of this location, there is no such thing as bin systemctl. So I need to actually be inside of the root. So I need to go all the way to the very top. So our print working directory is actually this location. So now we need to go ahead and re-grab that, because every time I highlight something, I know it's going to copy that thing. So now we can go here and run it again. And let's see if that worked. Okay, so my bad. I misunderstood this and I misread this. So there are a few things that we have to do before we can even run something like this. So the idea here is to create a service and use systemctl to start the service, basically. So first we need to create a file that has the service that we want. So for example, something like executing bin bash or shell, something like that. We want to do something so that we can run the command, and in our case, I think probably the best thing that we can do is create a command that will just run a reverse shell connection. So like a request for a reverse shell. And when that service runs inside, or I should say, when we run the service and the contents of that service is a command to run a reverse shell, once it actually runs, it'll run it as root, and then the reverse shell connection will be a root connection. So that is the piece that I didn't really understand with this. So this is the big important element of this. We can run systemctl as with the SUID. We can do that, but we need to actually have a service that's going to do something for us to give us the connection as a root user. If you have a different way of doing this that will bypass the process that I'm about to go through, I definitely want to hear from you. But I think from what I understand, we need to actually run it. We need to create a service and we need to run it, because this piece right here, that .service portion, we need to create a service essentially using systemctl. And if we use systemctl to run that service and create that service, it will run it as a root user. And if the contents of that service are a command to launch a remote shell for us, then once it runs the service, it'll run it as a root user, and that remote shell will be established as a root user. So hopefully that made sense. So we're going to do this in a couple of steps. First, we're going to create a service file, and we're going to put inside of that service file the contents that will have a command that will run a reverse shell connection. So that's the first thing that we're going to do. So we don't have a text editor inside of this piece right here, inside of that remote connection with this computer. So I have to open a new one, open a new terminal in my attack box. So you need to do this inside of your attack box. So we're going to create a file called root service. So root.service basically. And then we're going to put a command inside of it that will allow us to get a reverse shell connection. To get the contents of basically how to create a service file, because I'm not really that good at this, I'm not that advanced at Linux, I did check with Gemini. And so it says that there are 3 required sections we need to have. We need to have the unit, the service, and the install portion of it. And the essential directives is that in service, you must define at least one of the execution directives, and in install, you must define a target most commonly wanted by. And essentially what that is, so if I think I'm going to craft one of these things, and then we'll see if it actually works the way that it should work. So let me type it out real quick, and hopefully this actually works. So let's see. Okay, so here's the contents of this, and feel free to pause the screen so that you can go ahead and type this out for yourself. So this is just the very basic description of what it looks like, so that when it's running, it just looks like a root service is running. So it looks benign, right? It doesn't look malicious. This is the most important part of this service that we're creating. So it's a simple service. We just want it to be able to run whenever we actually activate it with systemd. The user permission that it's going to run as, and this is like one of the critical elements of it, is that we want it to run as a root user permission, so that when it actually runs, it runs as root. And then when it does run, this is the command that it's going to run, which is this full command that will try to make a TCP connection to the IP address of my attack box on port 4444, right? And that's pretty much it, right? So that's basically the reverse shell connection that we're trying to establish, a TCP connection to this IP address on port 4444. And then this last piece is when this wanted by option is set, it essentially runs every single time that this machine is restarted, or every time that this machine is booted up, meaning this machine, the target machine, that server, anytime that it boots up, this will actually run, which will establish a connection for us every single time. So this is like a persistence tactic. This piece right here is a persistence tactic. This is the most important piece that establishes that connection to us, and it's going to run it as a root user. And this is a service file, right? So systemctl is what starts and stops services, and you can manually start and stop services and do all of that. So this is a service file that we're going to create and transfer to the target machine, and then run it from the target machine. And as long as we have a reverse listener, a reverse shell netcat listener on our attack box machine, we should be able to establish that reverse shell connection, and then ideally get it as a root user. So that's kind of like the key element of this. And a lot of this was covered in Junior Pentester, and except this whole thing, this piece right here, I did not cover in Junior Pentester. So this was something that I had to do some homework and learn how to actually do. So, you know, I'm learning something for the first time going through this video with you guys. So we're actually learning something together. So this may seem like it's, you know, overwhelming, and I understand that it can be, but you're going to be learning something new every single day. And if you are, if this is too overwhelming for you, then that implies that you have not gone through the Junior Pentester. The rest of this stuff, like for example, creating a file, transferring it to the target, and running it, and starting and stopping a service, all of those things you should be pretty familiar with. So, okay, so this is the file. We're going to save our file. We're going to exit. And where's the file? There it is. So root.service is now available. So we need to now transfer this into the target machine. So the way that we're going to do that is by using a lovely Python 3 server. So http.server is what we're going to end up doing. And we're going to post, I think if I just do on the current port that it's on, I think it should be fine. So I'm just going to press enter, and it's going to serve it on port 8000. So that's what we see right here. So it's serving on port 8000, and that's the IP address that it's serving on. So if I go to the target machine, and if I do wget, and then do the IP address of my attack box, and then do the colon and do 8000, and then do / the name of the file, which is the root.service file. Press enter. There we go. The transfer has been made because we got a GET request, right? And then if we come on this side, it says permission denied. Cannot write to root.service. Permission is denied. Okay. All right. So we're learning some interesting things here. So maybe we need to change the name of the file, or transfer it to a temporary folder. I think that might be an easier way, because we can't write to root.service here. So if I look at my permission, right, I'm in the root folder, and if I go into my ls, I can see that there's a temp folder, and the temp folder usually has permission for us to write to it. So let's find it in our list right here. So we actually have permissions on the temp folder to write to it and do all of those things. So if I actually go inside of the temp folder, that should allow me to write to it. And hopefully did my machine freeze? Did I lose connection? Oh, did I forget to establish did I extend my timer? I feel like I didn't extend my timer, and I just lost the connection. Let's see. So I restarted the machine thinking that it was because of the machine and that the attack box had timed out or something like that. But it was actually because my keyboard died. And so I restarted the machines for no reason, and literally I had to go and upload the shell again and run the shell and get that remote connection and all of that stuff. And I recreated the service file and all of that, when all I had to do was just plug my keyboard in so that I can start charging again. So, don't make my mistakes. Anyways, okay, so now we are basically where we left off, right? So we have the Python server that is running on the attack box. We have the service file that we created. We are now inside of the temp directory, inside of the attack in the victim machine, and we're now going to run the command to download it from the attack box. So there's a new attack box IP address, so let's do that, and it's on port 8000 and it's root.service. Okay, there you go, and that actually worked, and we didn't get any errors on this one, right? So all right, cool. So we were able to now transfer the file, and we have no permission errors or any kind of issue. So what we can now do is, ideally, in a perfect world, we should be able to just kind of enable the service, which we just downloaded, start the service, and then from there we should get a reverse shell connection, right? So that's kind of the whole purpose behind this thing. So I can now stop the Python server that's running on this shell or on this terminal. So we'll go ahead and start a netcat listener on the port that we want to be on, which is that port 4444. That's the one that we created right here, right? So that's the port that we're listening on, that we should be listening on. So now we're inside of the temp folder. What we're going to do is we're going to run the systemctl command to create a service or enable a service, essentially. So we're going to do systemctl, and then we're going to enable, and we're going to give it the path temp root.service. That's what we're enabling. And there we go. So it created it, and we're all good. And then from here, we're just going to do systemctl start root, right? Because that's what we called it. The description is called root, but it won't work if you're not inside the temp folder, because it'll try to load the actual root service. So we're trying to start the one that's inside the temp folder, and we've called it root in that case. So press enter, and systemctl start root. Do we have a listener active? We do have a listener active, but it does not seem to be working. So let's see here. And the reason why it's not working is because I made one of the rookiest mistakes that anybody can make. And my file, my root service file, is pointing to an old IP address, which is, again, just a very silly little mistake. This is not the correct IP address. This is not the IP address of my attack box. That is a old IP address. So 10.201.112.236 is the IP address of my attack box. So we're going to now do this one more time. We're going to listen on port 4444. I've already stopped the root service, so I'm going to go ahead and do systemctl start root service. And do we have it? Do we have it? Is it starting? Is it working? Okay, now I'm stumped. So let me see what I did wrong. And yet again, my dear friends, I have made another another very silly mistake. So after I edited this file, I did not transfer the new file to this location. So this is the issue, is that it's still running the old file. So I think I might be able to actually show you, right? Yeah, it's still running the old file with the old IP address. Again, silly mistake, like really basic silly mistakes. So we're going to do systemctl disable root. And so it's disabled root, and it should have removed it from our page. Did it? No, it didn't. So we're going to remove root.service as well from our temp location. So we now do not have remove root.service inside of our location. So we're going to go here again, and we're going to create that Python server, and we're going to transfer the new file with the current edits. It's so silly. It's like one of the most basic things that you need to do and keep in mind, but when you are just overly excited about everything else that you're doing and you forget to do things correctly, that's when these types of mistakes are made. So there we go. So now I have the new root service file. So if I go ahead and look at the root service file, it should say the new IP address. Okay, great. So now, all right, third time's a charm, right? Ready? Let's do this. So we're going to do the netcat listener on port 4444. And then we're going to go over here. We're going to do systemctl. And we're going to enable the root.service. Let me make sure I do this part correctly. I really don't want to mess this up because I feel like it would just bug the hell out of me if I mess it up again. So we're going to, I'll give it the full. So temp root.service. That's the one. Okay, great. Systemctl enabled. Okay, great. Now systemctl start root. Yay, look at that. It worked, and look at that, we're root. So hopefully all the back and forth and all my mistakes didn't distract you from what's going on, or what you're supposed to be doing. So now what is it? I think the final thing is to just get the flag, right? Get the flag for the root user. I think that's the last thing that we're supposed to do. So let's minimize this piece. Let's go back to privilege escalation. Let's zoom in here a little bit. And so the last thing, so it says, what is the location? It was bin systemctl. That was the one. And then what is the root flag value? Where is it going to be? Bin systemctl. What does that mean? That's not it. That's the wrong hint. They gave the wrong hint to this one. Use the comment find. They reversed the comments. Oh no, this was to find the one that has the permission. And this is bin systemctl is the root flag. That can't be possible. We need to find it somewhere else. I don't know where it is. It would be, goodness, I don't know. Where would it be? Probably in the root folder, maybe. So let's go to the root folder. Let's zoom in here. So in the root folder, there is a text file. Okay, cool. So let's do that. Let's look at this text file. That looks like a flag to me. Let's see if that works. And fingers crossed, here we go. Yeah, buddy. Interestingly enough, it said the task is easy. I guess maybe, I don't know if I overcomplicated it. I hope I didn't overcomplicate it, but it did say that the task is easy. Maybe I'm just not as good as I thought I was. All right, so as a review, so what did we do? We connected to it, we ran nmap, and we found some open ports, right? And we found that out of those open ports, there was a proxy that was running. It was an Ubuntu machine, right? So that's very useful because now we know that we need to run syntaxes that run with Linux. The port for the web server was 3333, and this was important so that we can get to the next portion, which was basically the portion that we had to find the GoBuster, right? So this is where the web server was at. So when we got to GoBuster, we ran all of our commands against that port 3333. And then when we ran GoBuster, we found that there was a directory called the internal directory. And as we went through that, so as we went to attack the internal directory, we basically used Burp Suite to see what we can upload, right? And when it would be uploaded. And so, or where it would be uploaded, I should say. And so when we ran GoBuster again against the path that had /internal at the end of it, we found another directory, which was the uploads directory. And inside of the uploads directory, we saw that our PHTML files were actually being uploaded. So we used the shell. Where's the shell that they gave us? This is the link to the shell. So we used this shell to create a file, right? A reverse shell file. There's one piece of it that's very important, which is this piece. And it actually even says it in the comments. It says change this, right? So we need to change the IP to our machine's IP address, our TAC box IP, and then change the port to the port that we want to establish the reverse shell to. And so when we did that, we then uploaded that reverse shell back into the web server. We created a netcat listener. And then when we clicked on the not really clicked, I went to the actual path, but it also works if you just click on it. So if you're inside of the uploads location inside of the web server in your browser and you click on the file, it'll run it. And so your netcat listener will activate and you'll get a shell, right? A reverse shell connection. So that is what we did, and we were able to find out that the user inside of the home directory was Bill, and inside of Bill's home directory there was a flag. And then we got to this part, which was finding something for privilege escalation. And we ran a command, the find command that we ran, and we found that there was a systemctl binary that we could take advantage of to gain a reverse shell as a root user. And then that was the most recent section where I made all the mistakes with the IP address, and we had to transfer the file back and forth a few times. And then when you do that, when you actually run it correctly with the right IP address, you'll get a reverse shell as a root user. And from there, you'll be able to go ahead and retrieve the final flag, the root user flag. So now that I kind of review it, it doesn't seem that complicated. It's just that in the moment, I was confusing myself by making a lot of different mistakes. So hopefully you learn from my mistakes. If you got value out of this video, and if you like to get more videos like this one, especially as we go through the offensive pen testing module with TryHackMe, and as we go through and finalize the CompTIA Pentest Plus videos, and then I already started the cybersecurity, the AI for cybersecurity course, which is something that I've been very excited about for a very long time. So if you are interested in any of that stuff, then I encourage you to like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell so that you get notified the next time that a video comes out on this channel, whether it has to do with AI for cybersecurity or the offensive pen testing path in TryHackMe or the CompTIA Pentest Plus as we wrap that up. And then as we go into a variety of other courses and series of videos and all that stuff, there's just going to be a lot of stuff that will constantly be posted on this channel. I get new uploads weekly, sometimes daily. Recently, I've been doing less frequent because I've been recording some more kind of bigger videos that take more time and energy to record. So it's not as frequent, but at least you will get some kind of a weekly upload. And of course, there's going to be future stuff that's going to happen. And then there's all the stuff that already exists on the channel. So if you just go to the videos tab, you'll see all of the videos that already exist on the channel. And there are, there are literally hundreds of them. So you can browse through them. There's 433 videos, as you can see. So as of the time of this recording, there are 433 videos that are live. And then we also have the playlists themselves that you can just go check out. So there's the Linux Plus, which is completed. People have used it to pass their exams and to get jobs. CompTIA Pentest Plus is almost finished. Network Plus is completed. People have used that, as well as Security Plus. They've used that to pass their examination. So these things are actually really, really solid. I'm very proud of them. There's the members only videos that are available, that if you become a member of Hackaholics Anonymous, which I'll show you in a little bit how you can do that, you can get access to those videos early, as well as there's certain videos that are reserved for the members themselves that have to do with the downloads that they get every single month. There's a lot of stuff. There are so many things. I do live streams occasionally. There's a SOC Level 1, SOC Level 2 security engineering, etc., etc. So there's a lot of stuff. And then there are posts that come also from the community. For example, when somebody passes an exam, I give them a shout out. When I do polls about what people want to learn, or etc., etc. So many things, right? There are a lot of things. So if you have not done so already, drop a comment if you have any questions about what we've talked about so far. And if you want to be in tune, right? If you want to be around for future videos, and if you want to get notified, make sure that you like, subscribe, turn on the notification bell right below. There's a notification bell somewhere so that you can get notified the next time that a video comes out. And you will be in the loop as we grow with our journeys and our paths, and we learn everything that we do. If you want access to my notes and exclusive downloads, and to get lifetime access to me on Discord, consider joining Hackaholics Anonymous. We have 4 tiers. We have the supporter, the agent, the guardian, and the master. Each tier gets their own Discord server and early access to content. The agent, guardian, and master levels get exclusive content, exclusive downloads, monthly Python automations, live streams with me every single month, plus so much more. And to join, you can simply click the link in the description below and you will be able to choose the tier for which you want to join. I really hope I see you in the Discord chats. If not, I hope I see you in the comment section. It's your boy Hank Hackerson at Hank Hacks Hackers, your favorite networking system attacker/protector. If no one else loves you, Hank loves you. Love, peace, and chicken grease. And I will see you in the next video later. This video is a 2-for-1. We're going to be doing it for the CompTIA Pentest Plus practical exercises. That's a tongue twister right there. As well as the Try Hack Me offensive pen testing pathway. And so the exercises that we're going to run in this room apply to both of those lab scenarios, those environments. We're basically going to be using Metasploit to hack into a Windows computer, and then we're going to elevate our privileges and find some credentials and do a hash dump and things like that. And all of those things are directly applicable to CompTIA Pentest Plus practice labs. And so this is going to land on that playlist, and at the same time it's going to land on the offensive pen testing playlist. And I just wanted to let you know, because I don't want you to get mad at me thinking that I'm trying to recycle content. I just think that all of the techniques and everything that we're using are directly applicable to both of those playlists. And it would be a disservice to not share it with the CompTIA Pentest Plus folks, because we have a series of labs. There's going to be probably over 24 labs that I'm going to be sharing with them. And all of the stuff that's inside of this specific video, inside of this training, is going to be directly applicable to everything that people are learning for CompTIA Pentest Plus, which should also sound kind of as a reassuring thing for people who are just studying offensive pen testing and Try Hack Me, to know that all of these exercises that we're going through are actually directly applicable to CompTIA Pentest Plus. So by studying the offensive pen testing playlist, you're also preparing for CompTIA Pentest Plus. That being said, we're going to be doing a room called Blue today. That's basically what it is. And I think the blue represents Windows logo and Windows environment colors and things like that. So we're going to be doing the blue room today. And that's pretty much it. So I'm going to show you the overview real quick, and then we're going to jump into the actual exercises. Okay, I stand corrected. Actually, I think blue stands for the vulnerability that we're going to be exploiting. It's called the Eternal Blue vulnerability that applies to a certain year of Microsoft Windows computers. And so I think that's where it comes from. It could be potentially for the logo, but I think it's because the vulnerability itself is called the Eternal Blue vulnerability. So we're going to be deploying and hacking into a Windows machine, leveraging common misconfiguration issues. And the way that it breaks down is the first task, we're just going to do a bunch of reconnaissance to try to find out what we can potentially attack. Then we're going to leverage one of those vulnerabilities, which is that Eternal Blue vulnerability, to gain access to the machine. And then we're going to escalate our privileges to increase our privileges to the system level privileges. And then from there, we're going to crack into the hash dump, or get a bunch of credentials to be dumped and the hash values of those credentials, so that finally we can log into the escalated users, those higher level users, the privileged users, to find the flags at the very end. So it's relatively short and straightforward when we look at the overview like this, but it is a complex series of tasks that we're going to run. And you know, for anybody who's trying to do anything with pen testing, this is actually one of those really cool rooms that you get to apply all of those skill sets and actually find the break-in point, and then actually break in, and then from there elevate privileges and do a hash dump and get escalated privileges to finally be able to steal data. Essentially, capturing the flag means that we're stealing the data that is meant to be hidden from us, right? So that's basically what it is that we're going to be doing. I'm super excited about it. If you don't have access to Try Hack Me, I highly encourage you to get it. I think it's totally worth the money. There's a lot of different labs in here. There's hundreds of free labs, but then there's, I think overall, probably several hundred, maybe like 1,000 or more than 1,000 rooms that are available, with a bunch of different lab exercises and virtual machines and attack boxes and all those things. And all of these things are going to be useful to you to practice the skill of hacking into computers and into machines, and ultimately elevate your skill set so that you can get into cybersecurity, pen testing, IT, AI engineering, whatever it is that you want to do. I think all of these things will be relevant to the stuff that's inside of this entire pathway. I'm done talking about it. Let's do a quick little introduction from Hackaholics Anonymous, and then we're going to jump into recon. If you want access to my notes and exclusive downloads, and to get lifetime access to me on Discord, consider joining Hackaholics Anonymous. We have 4 tiers. We have the supporter, the agent, the guardian, and the master. Each tier gets their own Discord server and early access to content. The agent, guardian, and master levels get exclusive content, exclusive downloads, monthly Python automations, live streams with me every single month, plus so much more. And to join, you can simply click the link in the description below, and you will be able to choose the tier for which you want to join. I really hope I see you in the Discord chats. If not, I hope I see you in the comment section. All right, there isn't much in terms of lecture materials or instructions or anything like that, really. We have to start the virtual machine, which is, this green button that you see right here. This button originally was colored that neon green. And then at the very top of the room, this button right here, this show split view, was originally called start attack box. So when I click on it, now it actually gives me this split view, but I'm super zoomed in. So we're going to open it up inside of a second window so that we actually get to see everything nicely like that. Perfect. And so that's basically it. Now, as far as the information or the instructions, I should say, they say scan and learn what exploit this machine is vulnerable to. Machine does not support to ping and may take a few minutes to boot up. It's not meant to be a boot to root CTF. Rather, this is an educational series for complete beginners. Professionals will likely get very little out of this room beyond basic practice, as the process here is meant to be beginner focused. So if you've never done anything with hacking, then this is perfect for you. If you've done some hacking things, this is kind of like review for exercises, and I'm pretty sure you're going to have an easy go at it, because they do tell you what it is you need to do. They don't do a lecture around it, but they do tell you, hey, first do this and then do this and then do this. And then they try to kind of make it a little bit difficult by telling us that we need to go ahead and Google certain commands and certain exercises and things like that so that we can pull the information. And you'll see what I'm talking about. So there is one of the members, Varg, which is, I guess these are the people who created the art, right? So this is actually new. I've never seen this. So this is a shout out to Varg, the person who created the art for this room. The link to ICE, the sequel to Blue Link. That's cool. Okay, so that's going to be something that we can do after this one. You can check out the third box in this series, which is Blaster here. Okay, and the virtual machine that's used in blue can be downloaded for offline usage from this. Oh, that's actually cool. Okay, so that's kind of cool. So if you wanted to do this, there we go. This is nice. So you can actually download these virtual machines. I did not know that you can even do this. So this is actually really handy that you can do this. And these are all virtual machines that you can download and install using something like VMware or VirtualBox. And from there, you can run Metasploit hacks against it. I definitely encourage you to do this. If you don't have access to Try Hack Me, this is a really powerful resource. I had no idea about this resource. I'm going to start talking about it more and more and more. So this is from the darkstar7471.com/resources. And what we're on, basically, if you just go to darkstar7471.com and you click on resources, it'll bring you to this page. And these are training resources. These are virtual machines that you can download and install using something like VirtualBox and do hacks against them. That's really cool that that exists. I'm genuinely impressed that it exists. And shout out to Darkstar7471 on Twitter, or I guess X now. Super shout out to that person for doing this, because that is really, really cool and super exciting. So very, very excited about that. Okay, so scan the machine. If you're unsure how to tackle this, I recommend checking out the Nmap room. So we already know how to use Nmap. If you don't already, you're about to get a nice little crash course into it. How many ports are open with port number under 1000? And what is this machine vulnerable to? Answer in the form of MS, etc. For example, that. Okay, so we're looking for the number of ports that are open. And then what we want to do as we're doing that is we want to kind of get an idea of the various services and things that are running for that. So first thing I'm going to do is I want to do port, and then we're going to do 1 to 1000, because I know I'm going to be scanning based on the instructions. They said that we're going to be doing it anything lower than the 1000 number. So that's what I'm interested in, is that range of ports. I'm going to do SV, so lowercase s, uppercase V, to try to get version information about everything. And at the same time, I mean, I think that's pretty much it, really. I'll do -V for verbose, just so I can get some verbose details output. And then what I need is this information, which is that IP address of the target machine that we need to scan. And we're going to paste that over here, and we're going to press enter. and let this thing run, and hopefully we'll be able to get some interesting information. So we have 1, 2, and 3 ports that are open, and then they're going to get us as much information about the services running on those ports. Here we go. So we got 135, 139, 445. So we have 3 ports that are open: Microsoft Windows RPC, Windows NetBIOS, and Windows 7 to 10 Microsoft DS. So these are the versions of things that are running. So obviously we knew that we were dealing with Microsoft. So Windows 7 to 10 is a really, really key piece of information. So Microsoft DS, Windows 7 to 10. And we're trying to find what vulnerability it would be vulnerable to. So let's go ahead first and answer the first set of questions here. So the first one just says run it. The next one says how many ports are open. So we're going to do the 3 right here. And then it says what is it vulnerable to? So there are a few different ways that we can do this. Like we can Google this. We can also open up and run Metasploit. So if I do MSF console, because I already read ahead before I started recording, and we're going to be using Metasploit anyways. So if we open up Metasploit console, we could actually search by operating systems to try to see what vulnerabilities potentially exist for an operating system, right? So if I know that it's running Windows 7, right, or Windows 7 to 10, I should say, I can potentially search for something like that. I can actually search through all of the exploits that are available on Metasploit and then try to see what I can do. And now this is what's nice about it. There's 2,502 exploits. There's 1287 auxiliaries, 431 post modules, and then there's 1,600 plus payloads and encoders and non-operationals, etc. So there's a lot of really good stuff that's available inside of Metasploit. So let us go ahead and try to find as soon as it finishes loading. Perfect. Okay, so basically what you can do as basic as this, you can do search, and then you can do Windows, let's say 7. I'll do Windows 7. And let's see what we can find for Windows 7. There is a lot of stuff. Holy cow. Okay, this is too much. So, so let me see if I can do something like, I'm going to have to kind of hone in on this a little bit. So let's try something else. Okay, so I looked up something because this was actually important. I knew that you could do this. So you could actually search by type. So you see how right here it says exploit, but then if we went up a little bit more, we might be able to see auxiliary results as well, and we might be able to see encoder results and things like that. So I only want to see exploits. That's the thing that I'm most interested in. And so what I can do is search type exploit, and I can do Windows, and then there's this option right here where we can do 7 or 8 or 9, I think. I don't know if there was ever a Windows 9, but whatever, or 10, we'll do that. So it's like search type, etc., etc. Okay, so that's definitely not going to work. So let's do exploit, and then from there we'll just search for Windows. Let's see what we can find. There's still a bunch of them, which is an insane amount of results. Really, when you think about it, when you see these numbers right here, that means it's giving me 3,000 freaking results for Windows exploits, which is insane. It's insane to think about. So, all right, so there has to be a better way that we can do this. And what we're trying to do is maybe search for Microsoft DS. Maybe we could do that. So I'm going to mess around with a few different search queries because I don't want to just give you the answer. There are ways, because I know already what we're trying to attack and I know exactly what the actual exploit is, but I'm trying to find it and show you how I found it so that you can do this instead of me just handing and spoon feeding the answers to you. So let me go ahead and try to find out what we can do right here, okay? Okay, so unfortunately, there's still just way too many results to try to narrow it down. So one of the other ways that we can do this is we can try to see the types of services that should be running on these various ports. So what we can see is, MSRPC, NetBIOS, Microsoft DS, etc. So if I go ahead and, for example, do a search for what service runs on port 445, I want to say. And port 445 is server message block. So that's something that we can do. And file sharing and printing on Microsoft Directory Services. SMB is also the short version of it. So we could technically do search, type, exploit, and then do SMB. And let's see what shows up. Much smaller list. So now we have 200, something. So we have now SMB, and there's a lot of different interesting things in here as well. So let's see now from this, maybe we can actually narrow this down a little bit and see what might be relevant to us, because now we actually have Windows as a part of these versions and things like that. So what we can do is, aha, there it is. I didn't even have to scroll up very much. So exploit Windows SMB MS17 Eternal Blue. That's the name that we're looking for. And remote Windows kernel pool corruption, Windows 7, Windows 8, Windows 10. So all of these things are applicable to this thing that we're doing right here. So very much what we are interested in this regard. So MS17010 could be the answer in this particular case. So what we do, MS17_010, that is not it. Okay. So it's actually not a underscore, it's a hyphen. So MS17010 is right, it's just not an underscore, it's a hyphen. So okay, great, we got the answer. So we're looking for the MS17010, which is what? Eternal Blue, ladies and gentlemen. This is the one that we're looking for here. So excellent. So we were able to kind of narrow it down and find exactly what it is. So now we need to gain access to this machine. And of course, we're going to be doing it with our friend Metasploit. So the first portion just says start Metasploit, and it says find the exploitation code that will run against the machine. What's the full path of it? Which is this full thing right here. So this is what we're talking about, this full path of this. Now, specifically, we're looking for the Eternal Blue one. So this is the one that we're looking for. And we're going to copy that right there, and we're going to go over here and paste that. There you go, perfect fit. And now it says show options and set the one required value. What is the name of this value? Okay, so first let's go ahead and actually use it. So we need to set our option for this. So we need to go into this module, and the easiest one is to just refer to the number that's assigned to it during this search. So when you search through anything, the number that's assigned to it will change based on what your search was. So it's never going to be always 182, right? So it's going to change. But in this particular case, based on these search results, it's 182. So we're going to do use 182. And now it's going to change it to, you see our command line turned into this full thing right here. So what we need to do is find out what the options are for this and what is actually required. So it says payload options. These are all required. If we go up here, we're looking for the other options. So it says for this exploit, we see show R hosts is actually required. Yes. What else is required? R port, but that's preset to us. Verify architecture is also required, and it's preset. Target required is also preset. So the only one that has not been set yet that is required is R hosts. So we can go ahead and put that in here. And then from here, so it says usually it would be fine to run this exploit as it is. However, for the sake of learning, you should do one more thing before exploiting the target. Enter the following command and press enter. So set payload Windows x64 shell reverse TCP. That's what we're trying to use. Now, this is what we saw already, right? So this is the module options, right? And then we have the payload options right here. And you can see that the payload specifically right now is not the one that they just showed to us. So what we can do while we're here, we can even do this. We can do show payloads, and it'll show us all of the payloads that are available for this module. And so as it stands right now, there are 73 payloads available. And, you know, payload Windows x64, VNC inject, and then there's a bunch of VNC injects, and we have shell reverse TCPs, and a bunch of different types of payloads that are available. So the one that they are referring, or that they're recommending, is to be this one. So I'm just going to copy this one. Set payload Windows x64 shell reverse TCP. Now in the real world, nobody's going to give you that recommendation. So most likely you're going to have to do a bunch of trial and error. And the recommendation is to create some kind of a script, like some kind of an automation that will actually do this for you and just iterate through each one of these payloads until it finds the one that actually establishes a connection. And then that way you can save a lot of physical energy that you would, and time that you would have to just sit here manually testing each one. So we're going to do set payload here, and then we're going to change it to that payload that they recommended. And there we go. So now our payload is the Windows x64 shell reverse TCP. Excellent. So we also need to set our host, right? So that's the other thing, is that we need to set the host itself. And then finally, once it's connected, we need to background that shell. So assuming that we actually have a connection established. So that's the other piece, that we're kind of assuming that the connection is established before we background it. So we're going to do set our hosts, or is it set our host? What was it? Show options. Let's do that again. And options. So now the payload has changed, as we can see right here, and it's our hosts. Yes, with the S at the end. So we're going to do set our hosts, and then we're going to go ahead and paste the code. There we go, the IP address. And so there we go, our host has now been set. So we can verify that again by just doing show options and scroll to the top, and we can see that our host has actually been set to the IP address. Excellent. So our port is already preset for us because we're using server message block, right? That's the port that we're trying to go ahead and exploit. So now I can either do exploit, or I can type run, whichever one you like, and it'll run the exploit, and hopefully it'll actually establish the connection. And then once that connection is established, we can go ahead and background it so that we can move on to the next section, which is to do the post exploitation. So let's give this a minute and we'll be back. Okay, there it is. So we are now a Windows System 32 computer. So that worked. So who am I? I am NT authority system. Okay, I already have the system authority. I don't think I even need to elevate my privileges, but I have a basic shell here. So one of the things that we want to do is, as much as possible, we want to convert our shell sessions into a meterpreter session. So what do we have here? We have Windows x64 shell reverse TCP, right? Originally, the original payload was a meterpreter payload, which if this would have completed, it would have connected us via a meterpreter session. If you don't know what that means, I would recommend you watch the Metasploit kind of introductory video so that you can understand what meterpreter is. But it's basically like a combination shell that gives us everything for the target machine, which in this case is a Windows machine. But it also gives us all of the modules that are available inside of Metasploit. And even if we wanted to, we can get access to the machine itself that we're in. So we're technically inside of a Linux machine, and we're using Metasploit to connect to a Windows machine. So to integrate the functionality of all of those elements, the Linux machine, Metasploit as a framework, as well as the Windows machine, to get all of those functionalities, we want to convert into a meterpreter shell. That's kind of the goal every single time that we use Metasploit, because it's really, really powerful. So for the most part, we were able to do all of these things, right? We got all of it done. I did set the payload, I got the connection, and now I want to background this shell, and we may have to reboot the target, which I don't need to do because it actually worked. So excellent. So what do we have to do? That's it. So we just need to background the shell before we move on to the escalate portion. So I'm going to go ahead and mark complete all these. I'm going to background the shell by doing Control Z. Actually, let me just show you what that looks like. So if I just go here and I do Control Z, and it says background session, I'm going to say yes, press enter, and now my shell is backgrounded, and now you can see that I am now back in my original command line. So now I can do this. I can do sessions and press enter, and it now shows me all of my active sessions right now, which is that shell x64 Windows, and that's here. So session ID is 1, and this is very important when we use post-exploitation modules, because post-exploitation modules require an active session that we're going to reference, and you'll see that in a few seconds here. But okay, so we've already backgrounded it, so Control Z, which is very important. It's not, I'm on a Mac computer, so a lot of times I would confuse Control with Command on Mac, and we're not doing that. We're actually doing Control. We're not doing Command Z. We're doing Control Z. So Control Z will background it for us. And now we have our session. So now we can go ahead and mark all these things complete and then go to post. Okay, so escalate privileges, learn how to upgrade it in Metasploit. And it says if you haven't already backgrounded, we already did that. Now it says research how to convert a shell to meterpreter in Metasploit. What is the name of the post module that we're going to use, exact path, etc. So we're going to be using a post module. That's a hint right here. And then we're trying to turn a shell into meterpreter. That's another hint. And it says select the module, so use the module path, show options. What options are required to change? This, I guarantee you, the answer to this is going to be sessions. And now it says, or session, I should say, set the required option, and then it's going to be session 1 for us. and run. If it doesn't work, try completing it from the previous task. I hope it works on the first try. And once the interpreter completes, select that session for use. Okay, great. Verify that you've escalated to NT authority system, which, by the way, we already were. So this is kind of the thing, because when I ran Who Am I, you saw that it said NT authority system. So run get system to confirm. Feel free to open a DOS shell and run shell and Who Am I, and this should return that we are indeed system. Background. Again, we were already NT authority system, so I don't know why it did that. List all the processes using PS command. Okay, great. Migrate to this process using the migrate process ID, and that's the last step for this. This one is actually very unstable. Hopefully this works on the first try as well. And that's pretty much it. That's all we got for the requirements for this specific section. So first we need to find out what post module is going to be shell to interpreter. So let's go ahead and do some homework here. So I can technically just exit this module because I no longer need this one. So I can do back, press enter, and now I'm in the regular command line. Let's zoom in a little bit more for you here so you can see what's going on. So now what we need to do is do the search thing one more time. And so type is going to be post, and post modules are much smaller list, thankfully. So post modules, and what we're trying to do is I'm just going to search for interpreter. Interpreter, there you go. Post interpreter, excellent. There's only 20 responses, so that's really exciting. And there we go. Post multi-manage shell to interpreter. That's the one I think that we are most interested in. Because that's literally, it says shell to interpreter. So I think that's it. That's actually it. So post multi-manage shell to interpreter. So let's go ahead and try that out as an answer here. Okay, there you go. So that's the actual answer. The hint said Google shell to interpreter. I didn't even need to do that. We just did a search inside of Metasploit for interpreter, and we did a type of post, right? So that part is like what makes your life significantly easier when you're searching for anything inside of Metasploit. If you just search for the type of module, for example, a post module, instead of searching for a exploit module or an encoder or something like that, instead of doing that, if you know exactly what you're looking for, it narrows down the answers a lot. So okay, so select this and show options. What are we required to do? So we're going to go shell to interpreter, which is number 13 here. So I'm going to do use 13, and there we go. Now we have that. So now we're going to do show options, and now what is it says? It says the session. I told you session is required. Yes, handler is also required, but it's already been set to true. And it already has a listening port that's also required, that's been set for us as well. So more than anything, it's the session that we are trying to do. And there you go. So session was the answer. Now, set the required option. You may need to list all of these the sessions. So I don't need to do that. I can just do set session to 1. Whoops, not sessions, excuse me. Set session to 1. And now session has been set to 1. So if I do show options, now I can see session is 1. Excellent. Okay, cool. So I mean, I think that's it. I don't need to do anything else because they said after this we can just run it, right? So set the session, run. If it doesn't work, try it again. So fingers crossed. Here we go. We're going to do run, and hopefully this works on the first try. I do not want to redo this. Okay, so no error messages. It says post module execution completed, and it seems to be done. So now what we can do is we can go back, and then we can list our sessions, right? So there it is. And it's still, everything is the same here. So I need to do sessions and then -I and then 1 to interact with 1. And now I'm here. So it literally still says that I'm NT authority system. And then what was the other command that it said? So run. If it doesn't work, try completing. Once the interpreter shell conversion completes, select that session for use, which I already did. Verify that we've escalated to this. Run get system. So let's run get system. Why don't we do that? Oh no, it stopped my exploit multi-handler. So that's not good. That's not what I want to do here. So I'm still that. So let's do get system. Get system is not recognized as an internal or external command operable on both batch files. So I think maybe that's what that is. So I think maybe that get system is a part of the interpreter element, and it said stopping the exploit multi-handler. That was an issue for me. So now we need to go ahead and background this one more time. and click yes. Let's do sessions, and there is our session. And now we're going to go and search for that post module again, interpreter, and try to run it one more time, because that unfortunately did not work. Is there anything else? No, I mean, this is the only one. So it needs to be for that specific one. And I get, they did say that we may need to run it multiple times, which is unfortunate. And it's still session 1 that's been set for me on this. So I'm going to run it again. And I don't know, man. I'm hoping that this is gonna be stable enough for us to be able to work. Okay, so here's my issue. So I ran the multi-handler multiple times, and post module execution is complete, all of that stuff. I go into the session itself, and now it still says Windows, etc., etc. Get system won't work. The DOS or whatever doesn't work, and if I try to do anything else, it's still, and then now it stops the exploit multi-handler. This is an issue for me, because even in this situation, when I type in who am I, it says I'm NT authority system, which is what's very annoying about this, because it says we're trying to make sure that we've escalated to this, and we're already there. So that's what's really kind of obnoxious to me. So I'm going to move forward as if this is done. Hopefully that noise wasn't overly loud. I'm going to move forward as if this is already done, and then we're going to list all of the processes via the PS command to see what is available. So if I do PS, it's not recognizable as an internal external command, operable, or batch file. Okay, so this is an issue here, because now we can't run the PS command simply because of the fact that I think the interpreter shell is not available for us. So this is the issue at hand here. So we can't move forward. We can't run the PS command until this is fully converted into a multi-handler or a interpreter session. So that is the thing that I need to solve for before we move on. So let me do that, and then I'll tell you exactly what I did. Okay, so here's what I did. I restarted the machine, and I reconnected to it via Metasploit, right? I restarted Metasploit, all of that stuff. And when I went into the MS17 Eternal Blue module, I did not change the payload to anything else. I just left it at the original interpreter payload. And so I set the rhost option with the IP address. So it's blank because I just looked at it. But as you can see, when we get down here, I set the rhost option to the IP address of the new machine that was launched, and then I just ran it. And then at the very end, you can see that we have a interpreter shell at the bottom right here. So now what I'm curious about is if I do who am I, it says unknown command, who am I? Run help for more details. So if I do get system, then it says that we are currently running as system. So I guess that is not necessarily what we're looking for. So if I do shell, there we go, it'll turn it into a shell. And if I do who am I here, it says NT authority system. So when we say shell, it converts it into a shell, and then we can actually get to see that who we are, right? So in that particular case, we're pretty solid. And then this should return that we are in the background, the shell afterwards, and select the interpreter session for usage again. So if I go ahead and background the shell, press enter, and now we're back into the interpreter session. So this is the way that I did it the second time around, and you can see that it actually worked. So if I now run PS, hopefully it'll be able to run the processes for us. There we go. And now it shows us the processes that are actually running under NT authority system, which is a lot of them, or I would say probably all of them, as it looks like right here. And these specific processes we could potentially go ahead and migrate to try to get their level privileges, even though we're already NTR authority system. You see what I'm saying? It's like, it's a very odd series of steps that they're having us do. I think maybe the original write-up of the lab changed ever since they created it, and now what we're looking at is that literally everything is under NT authority system, and that's what we're supposed to be. We want to be at NT authority system, because it does say there is this one right here. What is it? It says NT authority local service NT authority system, NT authority system. So I'm already running as NT authority system. I don't need to go ahead and escalate it, which is the piece that's kind of annoying in this whole process. Now, the last element of this, so let me just zoom in for you a little bit here. The last series of steps right here, if we were not already authority system, we would go ahead and migrate, right? So we list all the processes using PS, which we just did. And then we look at the ones that have permissions as the system. And then from there, we would migrate to that process so that we can get those privileges, okay? Now, this is as simple as me doing something like migrate to 2732, which is SVC host, right? So I would do migrate 2732, press enter, and I don't want to risk this crashing on me because I'm already as a system, I already have the interpreter session. So that's the one piece that I don't want to mess up. And so I will give you a piece of advice right here. So let's say in the real world, you're running a pen test exercise and you accidentally get a successful session. So in the real world, you've gotten yourself in a successful session and you had a different series of steps that were outlined that you thought that you had to execute, and something happened and you got the level of permission that you wanted. You do not backtrack. You don't go and do the other thing, right? Because if you're here, the goal is to get here. Now, whether or not you skipped a step or something happened and you were able to get here, you don't want to go back and redo the whole thing and cancel out the success that you've achieved. And if we go back to the original instructions of this previous section right here, so if I go back over here, and if we look at that initial set before we actually did the move where we were like, okay, we're going to change the module right here, right? So it says previously gained shell, interpreter, the module path, and then, or actually, I think it was the section before this one where they said, go ahead and change your payload. You remember that one? Where they're like, go ahead and change right here, set the payload. Now, usually it would be fine to run this exploit as it is. However, for the sake of learning, you should do one more thing before exploiting it. Enter the following command and press enter, set payload Windows shell reverse TCP. Why would we do that? When, if we already, again, right, Metasploit's job is to make this as simple for us as possible to be able to execute something like this. And if the initial configuration of this tool that we have at the very, very top right here, when we get into the Windows SMB Eternal Blue exploit module, if the initial configuration has the interpreter reverse TCP already established for us, and all I had to do at the very end, or after I got my session, I had to just do what? I needed to do shell right here as a command. So it converts it into just a normal shell for me. I can do who am I, and I can see that I'm the system authority, and then I can just background that, and I'm back inside of my interpreter session. Why would I go ahead and make my job harder, right? So I would say this is kind of my piece of advice to you. Other people might do it differently. Other people might teach differently. My thing is, if the tool is designed to help you do something, you should go ahead and leverage the functionality of that tool based on the instructions that they gave us, right? So we changed the module to the shell. We originally connected via that shell, and then we tried to background that and then turn it into an interpreter session using a post-exploitation module. It was unstable and it didn't work, and I had to do it multiple times and it still didn't work. So why would we keep doing that when you can just go ahead and do this and then you would get the result that you want? So that's my view on this, okay? And call it the lazy hacker mentality, because engineers and hackers by nature, they want to find shortcuts. They want to find ways to do things more efficiently, faster, easier. So maybe I'll just attribute it to that mentality, but it just doesn't make sense for me. And I get it. They're like, yeah, we want you to learn, and we want you to learn how to do these things. Totally understand. We tried it and it didn't work. And I still had to restart the machine anyways, and I still had to go and do it the good old-fashioned way anyways. And then I was finally able to get my session. So that's the piece that I'm kind of like, okay, well, you know what, whoever the person was that created this room, usually they put their username at the bottom and we can see who it is that created this room. But whoever it was that created this room kind of gave us a little bit of I don't want to say incorrect, but they gave us the long road, the detoured type of instructions, and it didn't work. So now I'm just relying on the original version that I know is going to work. And so hopefully this actually works for you. But at the very least, we learned what you can do to look at the list of payloads, to change the payload via the set payload option, and then how to background something and how to refer to something in post-exploitation and go ahead and try to reconnect that original session to the post-exploitation module. At the very least, we were able to do that. But the end goal is for us to get that interpreter session. That's kind of the big piece right here. So now we have the payload, it's already done. We already have that connection. We have the interpreter shell. So now we are, where are we? We're towards the end right here. So it says list all the processes running. Great. I already did that as well. Migrate to this using the migrate process ID. Again, because we're trying to find something that has the authority system so we can migrate to it so we can get system authority, right? So I'm going to skip this and try to see if I can get this done without migrating to it because, as it says, it may take several attempts. Migrating is not stable. If this fails, you may need to rerun the conversion process or reboot the machine and start once again. If this happens, try a different process next time. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to just run it as it is because I already have my system authority and I don't need to go ahead and migrate to anything else to gain system authority. You see what I'm saying? It's like it seems so redundant. So anyways, we're going to mark these two complete. We're going to move to the cracking stage. And if it works, great. If it doesn't, I'll come back and I'll migrate. How about that? Okay, so here's the next step. Basically, we're just going to do hash dump, which is a command that would be available through interpreter. So it says within the elevated interpreter shell, run the command hash dump. This will dump all the passwords on the machine as long as we have the correct privileges to do so. What is the name of the non-default user? Copy this password hash to a file and research how to crack it, which is fairly simple. And then we'll go ahead and try to get their password and then find the flags at the very end. So let's go ahead and just run hash dump since we already have our session open here. And if it works, great. If not, we'll do something else. There you go. So, I mean, this is what I'm saying. Like the redundancy of it is just insane. So we were already authority system. We didn't need to do anything else to change it from authority system. We didn't even need to do anything else to gain an interpreter shell. So now we have these three users. We have the admin, which is a system user, guest, which is another system user. These are default users, as they say. And then we have John, which is the third person, the third user. And I want to say the password hash is the first chunk between these colons, but I'm just going to copy this whole piece right here. And we're going to use crack station to try to crack that password. So John, there we go. So there's John. Now copy this and learn how to crack it. So I'm just going to open up a notepad online, like a note editor, online notepad. And we're just going to paste this in here. And then in the next one, we're going to do crack station. And we're going to use each portion of this as a password hash. So I could actually even do this. I'm going to highlight this whole piece right there. Watch the way that I process things. So I go here and we can do enter up to 20 non-salted hashes, right? So we can go ahead and do this and we're just going to delete that, press enter. So now we have two hashes, one per line. And if either of them are the password hash that we're looking for, it'll go ahead and crack it for us. And so here we go. The first one was not the one that we're looking for. So nothing came for that. Although it was recognized as an LM password type, it just didn't have anything. The next one is the ALQFNA. So ALQFNA. I don't know exactly what that is, but we're going to copy that and see if that's the guy's password. So let's go here and try it. Okay, so there it is. It worked. So now we can now move on to finding the flags at the very end. Okay, for the flags, they're not traditional flags, rather they're meant to represent key locations within the Windows system. Use the hints provided to complete this. So flag 1 can be found at the system root, which would be C, right? So yeah, can you see it? So that would be basically the C location. The next one is it can be found at the location where passwords are stored within Windows. And then the next one says it can be found in excellent tool. After all, admins usually have pretty interesting things saved. And it says you'll need to have elevated privileges. So since I already have elevated privileges because I'm the system, I'm going to go ahead and just try to find these various locations. So if we do print working directory, it says that we are in Windows System 32. So if I do CD1 and then go up 2 levels and do print working directory, now I'm in C. And I can do ls, I think, and the same thing works when you do dir, which is the Windows version of it. Technically, if we're in a Windows machine, you want to do dir to list the stuff inside the directory. But because we have a interpreter session, you can use ls. If you're also on a Windows machine using PowerShell, instead of the command prompt, the CMD executable prompt, if you're using PowerShell, you can still use ls and it'll still list things for you. But okay, so in the root, we have right here flag1.txt. So I think cat will also work, and cat is the same as using type, which is basically it lists the content of the text file onto the screen. So if I do that, and it says flag access the machine. So that's the actual content that we're looking for here. So we're just going to copy that and go here, and this would be flag1, and there you go. It worked like a charm. So now the third one is the one where we need admin privileges. It says you'll need to have elevator privileges. And after all, admins usually have pretty interesting things saved. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to go to the users location. And inside the users location, there should be all users, default user, John public, desktop, etc. So I don't know, maybe it would be under public, maybe. So what's inside of public? There is nothing inside of public. So would it be in John's folder? And in John's folder, there's a bunch of things that have been saved. So let's see, in the John's desktop, maybe. Desktop ini, nope. So none of that stuff. So where are we right now? We are in the users folder. So let me see, where would I find the admin user? Oh, I see. So John, I guess, is the admin user. So I just went inside of John's documents and we can see that there's flag 3 right here. So there's that. So flag 3 is admin documents can be valid. I guess John was the admin. I thought that we were looking for the admin, like the administrator user, but we're specifically looking for John. So there's that. And finally, we're looking for flag 2. It can be found at the location where passwords are stored within Windows. And that, I mean, it could be a variety of different locations. So if we look for the format of this, which is flag 3, etc., this is kind of a cheat again. So it's I'm trying to do a little bit of a cheating mechanism here, but we can actually search for things by name. So if I'm looking for a file, and then the name of the file is flag2.txt, it should technically find the path of that flag for me because I know exactly what it is that I'm looking for. Now, in the real world, you may not necessarily know what you're looking for, so you may have to kind of rummage around and roam around inside of the machine itself to try to see where things are stored. So let's see if this actually yields anything for us. If it does, awesome. If not, we'll take another approach. So we'll give it a second. Okay, cool. It worked. Now it's in Windows System 32 configuration. So that's, yeah, that makes sense. So the configuration files is where passwords usually would be stored. And so in this case, we're looking for flag 2. So there it is, right? So I can just do this. I can do the full path of this, and I can just go to Windows System 32, config, and then flag2.txt. And operation failed. The system cannot find the file specified. So did I misspell something? System 32 config flag. I didn't misspell it. So let's go to that location then. So where are we right now? We are inside of John's documents. Okay, so we can do this. Go all the way up, and we are now inside of the C. So let's go into Windows, Windows, and then CD System 32, right? Where are we? Very good. So now inside of System 32, there should be, oh my God, there's going to be a bunch of stuff. Yeah, okay. So let me see if I can just go into config, which worked. Okay, so now I'm inside of config. Inside of config, there should be fewer things. There we go, flag 2. I don't know why the original, I don't think I misspelled it. Maybe I did. But okay, there it is. That's the last one. So that's the last flag, the SAM database flag, because that's where passwords are stored. Okay, so that was it for the room that we were in, which was the blue room, which was a pen testing exercise for a Windows machine. And this hopefully was useful to you as learning how to leverage something like Metasploit, how to search through the modules that are available to find specific vulnerabilities, how to modify those modules and customize them, how to set an individual payload, how to, honestly troubleshoot. I personally, if I would start the first way or the second way that we did, where it's like I would run the exploit as is with the initial configuration. If that doesn't work, then you can list all of the payloads the way that we did and then try to find something else to switch to. You don't need to first switch and then backtrack and go back to square one, which is what they made us do essentially. You don't need to do that. You can start with the initial configuration of whatever the exploit is, run it. If it works, amazing, then you have saved yourself a bunch of time and energy, because most of the time, honestly, you don't have a lot of time and energy, and by the time that you troubleshoot and try to use different payloads, they may be onto you and they may catch you and kick you out and then block you, and you won't be able to do anything anymore anyways. So you start with the initial configuration. If it works, great, you're in. You can move on to the next phase of your attack chain. If it doesn't work, then you can go ahead and try to configure and change your payloads and things like that, which is what we did, right? So that was kind of like a weird thing, but whatever. We ended up finding it. We ended up finding the way in, and then we got in. And then if you need to migrate to a different process that's running at a higher privilege, then you can do that. But we didn't need to do that because we had the system authority. You see what I'm saying? That there are a few redundant pieces of information that were there that made me feel like, okay, well, I don't think we needed to do that. And by the time that I caught on, I was like, okay, I'm not doing this. I'm just going to go ahead and get the exercise done. So that's pretty much what that was. But again, so let's say that you got in our lower level user and then you did the get system command or who am I, and you saw that you're just a regular user or whatever it is. You can run the process list, look at the process list and find something that's running under the user NT authority system or an admin user, and then you can migrate your session to that process, right? And then by migrating to that process, you will have increased your privilege levels, which all of the instructions were there. So it's not like the instructions themselves were not there and we didn't know what to do. It's just that we didn't need to do it. And I didn't want to waste time and energy and confuse you. If this is like your first time going through something like this, it can be very confusing. If you're seasoned and if you know what's going on, then you're not worried about it. You're not confused. But if for beginners, I can see how this would be confusing and how it would be a pain in the ass, honestly. So yeah, that's, if you needed to do that, you could have done that. But we didn't need to do that, and we were able to get into it. And the password itself was simple enough that we were able to use CrackStation to pull it off. CrackStation is this massive database of like, I don't know how many tens of millions of password entries that are in here. I think it tells us, but there are like millions and millions of passwords that are inside of the CrackStation database. And I always start with CrackStation. And if it doesn't work, then we can go to John the Ripper, or we can go to, I don't know, some Hydra or some other type of tool that will go ahead and help us uncode or not really uncode. It basically takes a password, right? Or it takes a hash, I should say. It'll take this hash that you see right here, and it'll compare it to a giant database of hash values. And then it'll say, okay, this one actually matches an entry that I have in my database of hash values. And the plain text equivalent of this hash is this, right? And this by itself, for this specific encryption standard, for that specific, what's the word? I think it is an encryption for that cryptography. This specific word is not going to get us any other type of hash for NTLM that would be other than this. So if we convert this into NTLM hash, it'll give us this every single time. So that's how it found out the plain text equivalent. Now, if it was using the MD5 hash encryption standard, or if it was using SHA-256, the hash value would be completely different. However, in this particular case, it was using NTLM algorithm, and so it converted into this, and that's how it found it. That's kind of like just an extra piece of information for you. But basically, that's how we found the password for John. We didn't even need to go and log into John. It was just telling us that this is what you can do to try to find the passwords for this specific user, which was very handy, and we were able to figure it out. And now the next piece for that is to go ahead and just find the flags. And we were able to do it by searching for a flag. We were able to go to the C root, which is that very root of Windows machines. And then we were even able to go ahead and go into John's documents and find one of his password files, etc. So it's just a few different ways that you can kind of rummage around. Once you've gotten access to a Windows machine, or any kind of machine really, you can start rummaging around and try to find information that would be relevant to the goal that you have as a pen tester. And when you're doing this in penetration testing exercises, honestly, you're not trying to crash anybody's system. So, you know, an employer hired you to do this. So you're not trying to crash their system and you're not trying to destroy their infrastructure, but you are trying to prove that you got into their system. So you take anything, you take any file and you say, hey, you know, I got into your system. They're like, okay, well, prove it. They're like, okay, well, on this path, there was this file and these are the contents of the file. And then you show it to them and you're like, oh, wow, you were able to get into my system. And it's like, yeah, absolutely. Here's what I did. Here's how I got in. I used the MS-17 Eternal Blue vulnerability and I got into your system. You need to upgrade your systems, right? So like basic things like that can be proof that you've done exactly what you were hired to do. And that's all you need to do. You don't need to go ahead and crash their infrastructure and crash their systems and all of that stuff. So hopefully that served useful to you. Hopefully you got some value out of this exercise and you were able to learn a few things. Now, if you did get value out of this video, I do encourage you to go ahead and like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell so that you get notified the next time that a video comes out on this channel, especially in the Offensive Pen Testing or CompTIA Pentest Plus playlists. Those playlists are, as the names imply, very heavily focused on penetration testing exercises and penetration testing philosophy. The offensive playlist, the offensive pen testing playlist, is just starting out, but the CompTIA Pentest Plus has been around for a while. So I started this playlist a while ago, and it has currently over 30. There we go. So it has currently over 34 videos on it. I didn't know that it gave us like the preview if I hover over it. So it has 34 videos on it. As you can see, there's also the Linux Plus playlist that's already up and running. This one actually has been completed. People have used it very many times to go ahead and pass their examinations. Network Plus, same thing. Security Plus, same thing. People have used these playlists successfully to prep for and pass their examinations. CompTIA Pentest Plus, all of the lecture materials for that playlist is already done. And now we are in the practical exercise section where we do things like the stuff that we did in our video today. So there's a lot of good content in those videos. And then as we just go forward, we're just going to launch more and more stuff when it comes down to penetration testing exercises and all of that for people who might be interested in learning more about pen testing. And then, of course, we have members-only videos that are reserved for Hackaholics Anonymous and the members first videos and things like that. So all of that you'll get a little notification on how you can access it. And then the recommendations that might come to you individually as you go through the series of videos on our channel, popular videos, all of the playlists that we have over here, SOC Level 1, SOC Level 2, and Security Engineering, which are kind of the more popular ones because most people are interested in defensive security and becoming security engineers or security analysts and all that stuff. And so if you have any comments, you can drop them in the comment section below. Ask any questions about what we went through today. You may have some challenges if you're going through the Try Hack Me room and you ran across some of the stuff that I just ran across as well. So if you have any questions or any comments, drop them in the comment section below. Feel free to roam around on this channel and try to find any other videos that might be relevant to what you're looking for. And of course, make sure that you like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell so that you get notified the next time that a video comes out on this channel, and you can tag along with us as we go ahead and develop more content. And of course, there is the AI for cybersecurity playlist, which is actually one of my favorite ones. I completely forgot to even talk about that, but it's right here. So AI for cybersecurity, it has currently 4 videos on it, which I'm super excited about. And that's going to be a really big playlist. I'm super excited about the AI for cybersecurity playlist. And there's going to be a lot of good stuff. I have so many things. The outline for that course, that series is insane. and I've already begun, obviously we've already begun uploads, and as I develop more content about it, the world of AI keeps advancing, so it's like, holy crap, it gets even more, it's so cool. It's a very, very cool thing. So make sure that you like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell so that you get notified the next time that a video comes out on this channel. And of course, there's Hackaholics Anonymous. If you want access to my notes and exclusive downloads and to get lifetime access to me on Discord, consider joining Hackaholics Anonymous. We have 4 tiers. We have the supporter, the agent, the guardian, and the master. Each tier gets their own Discord server and early access to content. The agent, guardian, and master levels get exclusive content, exclusive downloads, monthly Python automations, live streams with me every single month, plus so much more. And to join, you can simply click the link in the description below and you will be able to choose the tier for which you want to join. I really hope I see you in the Discord chats. If not, I hope I see you in the comment section. So boy, Hank Hackerson at Hank Hacks Hackers, your favorite network and system attacker / protector. If no one else loves you, Hank loves you. Love, peace, and chicken grease. And I will see you in our next video later. This episode is another twofer, meaning that the CompTIA Pentest Plus training series as well as the offensive pentesting training series are going to inherit this video. And I think it's going to be like that for the next set of videos, however many that we're going to end up doing under pentesting, because so many of these tools are cross-compatible with both of those training series, and I'm going to be recommending that both sets of people, the people that are studying for CompTIA Pentest Plus practical exercises, as well as the people who are studying for the offensive pentesting pathway inside of TryHackMe, I think that both sets of people can actually get a lot of value from this series of content that's rolling out in the next few weeks, mainly because of the fact that, again, we're just going to be using the same sets of tools for both sets of instructionals and in practical exercises. So all of that being said, what we're going to be doing today is attacking a Linux machine. In the last video that we did on this series, we attacked a Windows machine, and in this one we're going to be attacking a Linux machine, and it's going to be falling under the Kenobi name tag, which is what the room is named under. And I don't understand the Obi-Wan Kenobi reference, so I'm not exactly sure why it was named the way that it is, but it's called Kenobi. That's the room that we're going to be going through, and it's something that we're doing to attack Linux. And so here's what it is. So we have, the walkthrough on exploiting a Linux machine. We're going to enumerate Samba for shares, manipulate a vulnerable version of the Pro FTPD, and escalate your privileges with path variable manipulation. So it's a pretty solid series of exercises that we're going to do. It's not very long as far as the list of tasks that are concerned. Usually it's a much longer list of tasks, but we only have 4. So we have deploying the machine itself, enumerating Samba for shares, gaining initial access with Pro FTPD, and then privilege escalation with path variable manipulation. And that's pretty much it. Those are all of the tasks that are assigned to us for this specific room. But in these tasks, we're going to end up doing a series of various exercises that are hopefully going to kind of help you flex your muscles a little bit and get more familiar with and comfortable with using tools like Nmap and, the SMB shares or FTP or whatever it is, just so you can gain a foothold on a target machine and then escalate your privileges and then take an action towards whatever your objectives are at the end of it. So that is the outline for the video that we're going to be going over today, and I hope you're as excited about it as I am. And a quick little note from Hackaholics Anonymous, and we'll dive deep into it. If you want access to my notes and exclusive downloads and to get lifetime access to me on Discord, consider joining Hackaholics Anonymous. We have 4 tiers. We have the supporter, the agent, the guardian, and the master. Each tier gets their own Discord server and early access to content. The agent, guardian, and master levels get exclusive content, exclusive downloads, monthly Python automations, live streams with me every single month, plus so much more. And to join, you can simply click the link in the description below and you will be able to choose the tier for which you want to join. I really hope I see you in the Discord chats. If not, I hope I see you in the comment section. Okay, so here we go. I mean, again, Darth Vader, I don't understand the reference. I'm hoping that at some point as we go through this, I'm going to understand what the reference of Star Wars and these characters are, but for now, I'm kind of lost with these references. So hopefully it'll make sense. And if it never makes sense to me, but somehow along the way you understand what these references are, please let me know, because I am stumped right now. Okay, but this guy, if you don't know who this guy is, this is Darth Vader. And then this guy right here is Obi-Wan Kenobi, okay? All right, so here we go. This room will cover accessing a Samba share manipulating vulnerable version of ProFTP-D to gain initial access and escalate the privileges with an SUID binary. We talked about SUID binaries in the junior pen tester pathway, and there's this place called GTFO, so get the fuck out bins. I apologize for the cursing, but that's literally what this sounds like to me. It's like GTFO bins, so binaries, right? And so these lists of binaries, and you can see the one that is kind of saved for me is the SUID filter. So you can go up here and really choose any of the other filters. You can choose sudo, you can do SUID, you can do shell. But these variations, or these categories, I should say, they will take all of the binary lists that are here, and they will show you all of the ones that actually have some kind of SUID element to it, so that if you find an SUID vulnerability or unpatched version of a process or a system or something like that that actually has the SUIDs attached to it, or if you want to take that attack vector. So let's say you want to look for binaries that have the SUID permission set on it, and then you want to try and manipulate those binaries to elevate your privileges to root user, right? That could be one of the things that so there are a few different ways that you can do it, right? So let's say that you're looking for something that has a file reading capability, and you want to manipulate that to elevate your privileges. Let's say you're looking at Python. Python is like a really big one because it falls under so many different categories. Or PHP, same thing. A very big one, falls under a lot of different categories. So all of these binaries are all with the intention of elevating your privileges, escalating your privileges, and making you a root user. And it just depends on what vulnerability you found inside of that machine that allows you to take advantage of it, and then you go ahead and get elevated privileges. That's literally the entire purpose of this website and this list of websites that is available to us. And you know what? I'm going to also start this because I think it's really important. This browser that I have is my hacking browser. So all of the things that you see right here over here are all essentially relevant to the stuff that I use. So DarkSec was one of the cool websites that we talked about in the last episode of this, that it shows you, it has labs available, right? So these are actual virtual machines, like the virtual machine for the blue room in TryHackMe, the one that we did previously where we hacked the Windows machine. There is this OVA downloadable that you can actually download the virtual machine itself that you can go ahead and hack. And it's really, really cool. It's like, I love the fact that this guy did this. And a big shout out to the creator of this room, or the creator of this website, I should say. This guy really did some like really, really cool things. And security engineer, administrator, and content director for TryHackMe. And his name is John. Oh, there we go. That's it. I think that's John. I think John is the one who created this whole thing. So big shout out to John. We appreciate this guy for doing that work for us. But anyways, so I kind of digressed and I went a little bit all over the place. But it was more just so you understand where these types of binaries can be found, or these attack vectors can be found, that if you want to escalate your privileges to root, you can actually go on that GTFO bins website, and from there you can try to find some kind of attack vector through which you can escalate your privileges and make yourself a root user. So that is available to you. So now it says make sure you're connected to the network and deploy the machine. What they're referencing here is the OpenVPN connection, but I'm going to use the attack box that's already on my browser, and I've already deployed the virtual machine, which is this button right here, and then I already have the IP address for that. And so now I'm super zoomed in, so I need to go ahead and view this in full screen, because this is going to look ridiculous if I'm still zoomed in like this. So we have that, and so this is going to be our attack box, and then with the attack box we can go ahead and run nmap basically to see how many ports are open on this IP address. And so the version of the nmap command that you run is totally up to you. I usually just go with SS just to make it a little bit quicker, and it requires that you have a sudo permission or root permission because it's a stealth scan for nmap. So when you log in inside of TryHackMe with the attack box, you always get dropped in as the root user. So you don't have to do sudo nmap ss. But if you're using it as a non-sudo user, or non-root, I should say, if you're doing it as a non-root user, but your user has sudo permissions, then you would run sudo nmap and then the rest of it. So that's basically what we're doing, and we're going to run that, and I'm just going to do -v for verbosity, and you can always do that as well, just so you get some more details onto the screen. And I'm not going to really kind of define a port range. I'm just going to run it as it is, just so we can see how many ports show up as open for us. And so we're just going to let this run for a couple of seconds, and we'll come back to it. Okay, so here's an interesting output. You can learn a lot from the outputs that nmap gives you. So when we run something like this, and then we get nothing, right? So we got nothing returned to us. And it said all 1,000 scan ports on this IP address are filtered, meaning they're sitting behind a firewall, which prevents us from running a stealth scan on it. So you can always run a variety of different types of scans. So we can actually just do 10.201 and the IP address, right? We can basically do that just by itself, and then I'll still do verbose. And in the hint, they said do very verbose, like triple V, which is very, very verbose. So we'll do that and just let it run. And this thing right here, still, right? It still says the report for this, the host is down, received no response. So did I use the wrong IP address? 10.201.117.55, right? Isn't that the IP address? So let's see over here. 10.201.117.55. That's what it should be, and it is not giving us any kind of a response. So this is very interesting. So now we need to try to find other ways to get the answer to this, because this is host seems down. If it's really up but blocking your ping probes, try PN. So let's try that option, and let's see if we can get past it, because that is really interesting that it's not. Or actually, you know what, we can even do this, right? So let's see if the host is actually up. So let's ping it, and let's see if we're going to get some kind of a response. And if it doesn't respond, that means that it's either down or it doesn't respond to ping, right? So I'm pinging it and I'm getting no response. Usually by this time we would get multiple responses. So it says destination host unreachable. So that means that either it's down or it's not replying to pings. So another way that we can go ahead and check this out is to see if this particular website or machine is accessible through a browser. So let's go ahead and try to search for it that way. Let's see if we can actually find this IP address that we had previously through the browser and see where we can, or whether or not we can get access to it, because it's actually really interesting that it's not pulling up like this, and they didn't give us any kind of information around it. So I'm just curious as to why this is not loading. And so it says 10.201.117.55 again is not accessible, it's not loading. So one thing that I can do here is I could just restart it. I could just terminate the machine and restart it, because it shouldn't be this complicated. That's the piece that I'm actually interested in, because they give us instructions as we go through this. They literally give us all the instructions. And when they give us instructions like this, it leads me to believe that the room itself is not supposed to be overly complicated. And if we go up here, usually there's also like a difficulty level at the very top as well. And so in either case, this is not supposed to be as complicated as it is. So I'm just going to go ahead and terminate the machine, and I'm going to restart the machine so that we can try it one more time with a new IP address, and hopefully it'll work. And if it doesn't work, then we're whatever, but I think it should work. So let's see. Okay, here we go. We got a new IP address. Let's go ahead and try it again with the new IP address. And let's see if we get anything this time around. It's just so odd. There you go. Okay, so maybe it was an issue with the the previous machine that was up. So now we actually get to see that there were 993 closed ports and it scanned 1,000. So you just subtract 993 from 1,000, which means we have 7 that are on this list. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 ports are open. And we have the FTP service, SSH, HTTP, RPC, bind, NetBIOS, Microsoft DS, and NFS. So the network file share, and then you have several other very basic ones, and HTTP being that it's accessible via the web browser through the internet. We have secure shell that's open. We have the file transfer protocol that's open. So, okay, these are useful. So we have 7 ports that are open. Excellent. So I can kind of zoom back in here a little bit and make this easier for you. Okay, so now we've done our first scan with Nmap. We know that we have 7 ports open. So now we need to go ahead and enumerate Samba. Samba is the standard Windows interoperability suite of programs for Linux and Unix. It allows end users to access and use files, printers, and other commonly shared resources on a company's intranet or internet. And it's often referred to as a network file system. Okay, so it's basically the name of the brand. Consider it like that. So it's like the name of the brand for this functionality, which is the network file system, the network file share that you can do. So we saw that we have a port open here, right? So we have the 2049 port that has NFS on it. So that could potentially be the port that we're going to target for this scan, right? So essentially what it does is that it allows you to access and use files, printers, and other commonly shared resources on a company's website or on a company's infrastructure, we can even say. So anything that would be shared, okay? So think about it like that. So Samba is based on the common client-server protocol of server message block, also known as SMB, and we did an attack against the SMB server on the last video when we were attacking the Windows machine. SMB is developed only for Windows without Samba. Other platforms would be isolated from Windows machines, even if they were part of the same network. So this is why it's important for us to have access to Samba, because SMB, the server message block, is only for Windows. And without Samba, any other computer that's on that same network would not be able to access the files that the Windows machines access, or vice versa, right? So this is why Samba is actually so important. Now, using Nmap, we can enumerate a machine for SMB shares, and it has the ability to run and automate a wide variety of networking tasks, and there is a script to enumerate shares. So this is what's really handy about Nmap. So if you're studying for CompTIA Pentest Plus, or if you just want to get good at pen testing in general, you should be fully aware of the fact that Nmap has a bunch of scripts that come pre-installed with it. Now, there are ways that we can actually try to find out how many scripts or what kind of scripts are installed with our version of Nmap. So what we can do is, usually there's a location. So if I do ls, I want to say it's user share. Let's see. So inside of user share, do we actually have Nmap in here? And if we do, we can go inside of the Nmap folder to try to see what scripts there are. So we do. So there's the Nmap folder. So now we can do the same thing. We do user share, and then we can do Nmap. And then inside of it, there should be a location called scripts. There it is. And so now we can do scripts. So now you're doing an ls. You're listing basically everything inside of the scripts folder of Nmap. And now you have this full list of scripts, right, that are available with the installation of Nmap that I have access to right now. So these are a lot of scripts. There's a lot of stuff that these things can, I mean, so many, honestly. Look, there's just an entire series of scripts just for SMB, right? So really, 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 really freaking useful tool. And this is why, like, Nmap is just such a favored tool when it comes down to doing reconnaissance and doing enumeration and all these things, because it even has access to its own set of scripts. And then you can even do a vulnerability scan for there we go. I think it's vulners, NSE maybe. Anyways, but yes, there are very many scripts, and you can always go ahead and just Google HTTP vulnerability, it's going to scan for this vulnerability with the CVE ID right here. It'll scan for that to see if that's available. And there's just so many of them. So I can technically even do this. I can do the ls, right? And then I can pipe the output of this command, and I can try to grep for anything that has vuln in it. So if I do vuln, and you got to do the asterisk as well. So you got to do vuln on the front and end of it. You need to do an asterisk just so it knows to or maybe that's not how you do it. Hold on, let me see. I'm sure that there's a way that I can do this, because there needs to be a way that we can go ahead and find all the scripts that have the vuln in it. There you go. Okay, so you don't even need to do the asterisks. So as long as you just search for vuln, it'll show you all the ones that actually have vuln in it, meaning that these are scanning for vulnerabilities. So if we go ahead and we're trying to do a vulnerability scan for VMware paths or any of these HTTP CVEs, or a MySQL vulnerability, or a remote desktop vulnerability, a Samba vulnerability, that might be useful to us, SMB2 vulnerability, etc., etc. So all of these things are relevant to scanning for vulnerabilities. And then there's just the one at the very end right here, which is vulners.nsc. So all of these things are useful, and there's just so many different ways. So if you know that you're scanning for, or if you need to find a script for, let's say, SMB, right? So if I do that, now it shows me all of the SMB scripts that are available. And it could be anything from brute forcing to enumerating groups to finding OS direct discoveries, etc. Right? So very, very, very handy little series of tools. Now you can also get more information about all of these individual scripts to see, what they do or who created them, etc. One of the basic ways that you can actually do that is we can do nmap and then do -- script and then -help. And then after this, you can either give it the name of an individual script, or you can just type all, and it's going to take a minute or a few seconds, I guess. But then it lists all of these scripts and the help information for it. So basically the manual kind of information for it, right? So there's a lot of scripts, obviously, so it's going to take much longer for us to do that. So let's say I wanted to get the SMB information for enumerating users. So let's say that's the one that I'm interested in. So I will copy this, and then I will just go ahead and do script help. And instead of doing script help all, I'll just paste that specific script and press enter. And it gives me the information about that specific script, the description of what it does and how to run it, etc. So nmap script help will get you information about each individual script, and then you can list all of the scripts as you just saw from where we're looking at. And this is just one of the very cool functionalities of nmap. So we already saw that there was smb enum shares.nsc and then smb enum users.nsc. So that's going to be one of the ones that we're going to end up using, and it's on port 445 because we already established that port 445 was the port that was running the server message block on our target, which is this IP address right here. So I'm just going to copy this. I usually go ahead and type it all out, but for the interest of time and so I don't have to go back and forth, I really do like typing it though. Honestly, I'm going to actually type it. You know what? I want to type it because I just like typing it, and it gets it in the cells of my body. You know what I mean? It gets it in my system. So I'm going to open this, and I'm going to drag it off screen into my second monitor so I can go ahead and look at it and be able to type it all out individually. And look, it shrunk my screen because the freaking thing, let's see. Look at that. Do you recognize who that is? Does anybody recognize who that was? That man right there with the thing right here. Who's that? If you know, you know. But I mean, if you know, drop it in the comments, because that's a really cool wallpaper. Like, you can't say that is not a cool one. Even if you don't know who that is, you just know that that's a very epic dude right there. Okay, all right, cool. Let me stop nerding out. I mean, you already know I'm a nerd. You shouldn't be surprised that I'm a nerd, because I'm a pretty big nerd, bro. You should be very, very familiar with who that is. If you are here, there's a very good chance that you also know who that character was. Okay, all right. So here is the command. This is what we're going to end up doing here to try to enumerate for our shares as well as the user. So let's see what we got. All right, there we go. So we are going to enumerate for the shares themselves, like the actual path to the shares, as well as the users that could potentially access those shares. So we got, port 445, Microsoft DS. Do we have any users that came out of this? Doesn't seem to be any users, so it's just one location, the port 445 Microsoft DS. So let's see what the question is. It says it has two ports, 445 and 139. 445 is later versions, 139 is the original one. Using Nmap, we can enumerate, okay, etc. There's a script to enumerate. Okay, great. So how many shares have been found? I'm going to say 1. Okay, so the answer is not 1, which means that there should be another one. So we could have actually just kind of sped up our own process and done this, right? So instead of doing that against only port 445, what we could have also done is we could have just, if I would have read it a little bit more closely before running it, I could have done both of the ports. And then now we can see that both of the ports are open and they actually both have the shares, right? So let's do 2. Is that also not correct? 2 is also not correct. So it says using the command, how many shares have been found? So I think maybe that's the incorrect answer that I'm trying to even look for. I'm looking for the ports themselves is what it seems like I'm looking for. And I'm supposed to be looking for the shares. So I think that's the key piece here, is that we don't get, or I'm going to read this a little bit closer, but I think we're supposed to be finding the actual path of the shares instead of just how many ports are open. So let's see what I can do here to solve for this issue. Okay, so here is what we have learned. The issue. So I tried this in multiple different ways. Okay, so the first few times that I ran it, it kept giving me the same issue. And then in the error message, right, it says unable to open the resolve configuration. So try using system DNS or specify valid servers with the DNS servers. And so I just did system DNS. And the next time that I ran it, it didn't give me that error message, but it still wouldn't give me the enumeration for the network shares, those SMB shares. So, tried doing another script called the SMB OS discovery to see if there's anything else that maybe it brings up for me. And then I did it again with the system DNS portion and still nothing. So finally, I moved on to SMB client, which is actually one of the tools that they tell us to use right after this question anyways. So what happens here is that the one that they want us to do is SMB client and then the actual path and then the weird little shared name, which is actually here. It actually shows it to us, the anonymous share name, and then we have the printer and then we have the IPC as well. So this is the printer drivers and the IPC service. So these things you can actually find by using the SMB client and then using the -L option to list whatever would be available on this specific IP address. So this was not inside of the instructions that we got because for whatever reason, the script for enumerating shares was not working inside of Nmap, which is a really good thing to see actually, because there will be a lot of times where one given approach that has worked for you previously may not necessarily work for you again. So if that's the case, then you want to go and try to do a contingency plan. You want to go to plan B and then plan C and try a variety of different approaches to actually get the same result that you're looking for. So in this particular case, I used SMB client with the -L option, and I just gave it the IP address. And by the way, if you notice that the IP address is different, it's because I also tried restarting the virtual machine and generating a new machine just in case, I don't know, there was some kind of a connection issue or something. So I did all of that. And the -N option is to just to use a null session, basically meaning that it doesn't require a password to authenticate for us to be able to access this. So that's pretty much it. I think it would have probably even worked if we didn't do the -N option. So let's try it And no, it does ask for a password. So definitely you want to use the -n option so it doesn't prompt you for a password, and it'll still try to enumerate those shares. So the name of the share that we're looking for is anonymous in this case, but the number of shares would be 3 shares. So it says how many shares have been found. 3 would be the answer. And now it says, now we actually go and use the one of the shares. So inspecting one of those shares using SMB client. So in this case, connect to the machine network share. So SMB client using that location. And now it says enter Ben's password. So it's going to ask us for Ben's password. And in this case, I don't know if we have Ben's password. That's the other piece where I'm like, okay, well, why are you asking me to enter a password when I don't even have a password? So it says using the machine connect to the machine network share and the entering of the Ben's password. But I don't have Ben's password unless I'm missing something. So I need to go ahead and try to find Ben's password. Nope, it doesn't exist here. And usually something else can happen. So if we do this, so let's zoom out a little bit more. So if I go ahead and open up split view, sometimes there's an option right here. There's this little I button, the I inside of the circle. So if I click on that, it gives me information about the room that I'm in. But this is giving me information about the actual attack box itself. It's not giving me information about the virtual machine that I've logged on as. And again, when I click on the information for the virtual machine, still nothing. So there is no password for Ben. So I am curious as to why we're being told to use it without the password login. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to just try what they said, and we're going to try to use the SMB client to access that share without a password. And if it still tells us to access or to enter a password, then I will enter a password, I guess. Let's see. So password, I'm going to press enter. Oh, I didn't even need to press enter, or I didn't need a password. I just pressed enter. So now it says get a list of possible commands. So let's do help to get a list of possible commands. And so we have, what do we have here? Anything that might be relevant or useful to us. dir, which is to list directories, or ls to list directories. Make a directory. What else is here? So let's do ls just to see what's up. So inside of this location, there's a log.txt file, and I think that's the answer for the next one. So it says once you're connected, list the files in the share. What's the file that you can see? And that is the log.txt. All right. You can recursively download the SMB share to submit the username and password as nothing and open the file on the share. There's a few interesting things found. Information generated for Kenobi when generating an SSH key for the user. Information about the Pro FTPD server. What port is FTP running on? That we already saw because we ran it. But let's see if we can actually read this by just doing a cat of this location. So we can't do cat. So what can I do here to be able to get this file or to be able to read this file that's on here? So let me see if there's anything useful to me. I think I can use the get command to actually download the file itself. So if I do get log.txt, getting file, etc., average 3 kilobytes. So let me see if I open up a terminal again, if it'll actually have the log.txt file. It does. Look at that. So it actually worked. So the get command actually got the log for us. So now I can do it on my machine using cat. And now we can see that we have a bunch of information inside of this log.txt file. Now the question that they're asking is what port is FTP on? And I mean, usually it's on 21. So that should be fine. So let's see what information inside of these. This is a very large file. So let's see what else I can find. I'm going to go through it. Oh, here we go. Port 21 is the standard FTP port. So port 21, there you go. That's pretty much it. So open the file on the share. There's a few interesting things. Information generated when SSH key for the user, and then information about the Pro FTP server. So it's running on 21. and the generated information for generating an SSH key for the user. That might be interesting. So your earlier Nmap port scan will have shown port 111 running the specific RPC bind. There's just a server, or this is just a server that converts remote procedure call number into universal addresses. When an RPC service is started, it tells RPC bind the address at which it is listening and the RPC program number it is prepared to serve. In our case, port 111 is access to a network file system. Let's use Nmap to enumerate this. So Nmap P111 script NFS ls. I really hope that this actually works, because the other one didn't work. So I'm just going to copy this one just in case I don't know, messed up the command that I ran or something. I don't know, you know. So I'm just going to copy and paste it exactly as it was. We're going to press enter. Okay, this one actually worked. This one seems to have gotten us some more interesting information here. So this is the port 111, and then these are the various permissions that are attached to these different locations here. And so we also have the show mount that has the var log here, and then the stat NFS that also has the var location here. So this seems to be fairly useful. So /var, however you want to pronounce it, that seems to be the location, the volume, right, that has these things mounted on it. So it says what mount can we see, and the mount itself is the var, the var log. Okay, cool. So now we need to use ProFTPD to be able to gain our initial foothold, our initial access to this server. ProFTPD is an open source FTP server, and it's compatible with Unix and Windows systems. It's also been vulnerable in the past software versions. So let's get the version of it to see if we can actually do anything with it. So one of the cool tools that are available to us for this is Netcat, and we can use this to connect to the machine on the FTP port. And what happens when you run it is that it actually gives you the version of whatever it is that you're trying to connect to in the header of it. So if I do Netcat, and then what's the IP address real quick? It's the 10.201.36.0. If I do that, oh, I need to give it the port number as well. So what was it? We did nmap, and then we do 10.201.36.0. Oh my gosh, I'm making silly mistakes right now. Okay, here we go. So FTP, or port 21, dude, duh. Okay, good lord, honestly. So there we go, port 21. And so there it is. You see, like right in the header, it says 1.3.5 server. There we go. ProFTP 1.3.5 server, default installation, etc. So that's basically all we needed right there. So, okay, so it's 1.3.5. That's the version of it. Now it says we can use searchsploit to find exploits for a particular software version. And it's basically just a command line version for exploitdatabase.com. If you've never been to exploitdatabase.com, this is a gold mine of resources that, I mean, there are so many things that you can find here. So this is the website, right? And so this is where you land on when you come here, and it has the exploit database. And then at the bottom right here, there's also the Google hacking database that actually shows you a lot of advanced search queries that you can type into Google. I'm not going to get distracted by that, because I always get distracted by that, but I've referenced it so many times in a variety of different videos on this channel, and I'm sure we'll do it again at some point, but I just want to stay on task right now. So if we go over here and if we do ProFTPD, right, then we have all of these. It just pops up. There's all this stuff. And so there's the 1.3.5, 1.3.7, and then more versions of 1.3.5. So we could probably just narrow it down to 1.3.5. So if I go ahead and do that, there we go. These are the ones that show up here. Now we can also do the same thing for the command line version of this tool or of this website, which is searchsploit. And you can essentially just run that command. The command itself is searchsploit ProFTP and then do the version. So if we just go over here, you'll see, and we should see the same result, right? So searchsploit, which is the command line version, ProFTPD, and then 1.3.5. There you go. And then there we go. So we get 4 results here, and then if we go to the website, we also have 4 results here, right? So pretty useful, pretty handy little tool in case for whatever reason, let's say you don't have access to a web browser to be able to go to their website, you can still access their database of exploits by going to your command line and finding it. And then these would be the paths to be able to find the actual thing itself, the actual exploit itself. So Linux remote 3762RB. So if we go here and we go and try to do I think it's this one. So the first one, I'm just going to click on it. And if we go to that, it should say, nope, that's not the one. So I think it's actually, this is probably the path on the machine that may have access to it. So let's see if we can do ls or find maybe. Let's do find for Linux remote 37262RB like that. Oh my gosh. Okay, good Lord. Let me stop that. I forgot to do a, holy cow. That's a lot, dude. That can't be it. That seems like a lot. I'm also going to do the to the dev null folder. So no, it's still a lot. Wow. I did not realize that I would get that many results from that. That is insanity. So maybe that's not it. Maybe it's not what we're looking for, or maybe it's not on the local machine or something, because that seems like an insane amount of results for something that should just give me one result. That's gnarly. Okay. But anyways, so this is the mod copy command execution, which is, what do we have? Mod copy command execution. So that's the one right here. And it is up here. So we do see it says exploits 37262. So that part is right. But the / Linux element of it, that's the part where I thought maybe it was on the local machine or something. But anyways. Okay, so what does it say? It says how many exploits are there? So we have 4 exploits, and we should have found an exploit from ProFTP's mod copy module, which we did, right? So if we actually want to go view it here, we have the mod copy all here. So, and we have the remote command execution through Metasploit, and remote command execution again. So there's 3 mod copies. One of them has not been verified. 2 of them have actually been verified and served useful. So the mod copy module implements site cpfr and site cpto commands, which can be used to copy files or directories from one place to another on the server. Any unauthenticated client can leverage these commands to copy files from any part of the file system to a chosen destination. So this is why we call this a vulnerability, and this is why we want to find out what version of the server we're using and what potential vulnerabilities exist. So it's a very simple line of thought, right? So first you do an enumeration to see what services are running on the target IP address. We find out that FTP is running. Okay, let's see what version of what service is running on FTP. So we did netcat to see what it was, and it said it was pro FTPD, and then it gave us the version 1.35. Okay, great. So now let's go and try to find any exploits or anything that might exist for that version of pro FTPD. And we did, and there were 4. And then from that one, from those 4, there was the mod copy module that implements these commands, which can be used to copy files and directories from one place to another. Any unauthenticated client can leverage these commands to copy files without authentication, right? That's the piece right there. You don't need a username and password. So there we go. So now we know that the FTP service is running as the Kenobi user from the file on the share, and an SSH key is generated for that user. So I did not read through the file on the share. So I should definitely do that. So what we're going to do on this terminal, we're going to do the cat, and then we're going to grep for Kenobi, like that, right? Is that how you spell it? Okay, there we go. So it says enter the file in which to save the key, and the key is saved in Kenobi IDRSA. Create a directory for that. Your identification has been saved in home Kenobi SSH IDRSA. Your public key has been saved in idrsa.pub. And then this is the SHA-256 password for the Kenobi at Kenobi. The user is Kenobi, and the group is Kenobi, and their path is home Kenobi share. So interesting information there we go. We found all of that information. I didn't read through it, but you normally, when you find a file like that inside of a share, you do want to read through it so you can see that there is the Kenobi user that's inside of it. So, I was lazy and I didn't sit here and read through that massive freaking log file. But you should, in a real exercise, you should be sifting and sorting through a bunch of information. So one of the things could be, for example, if we wanted to do the same thing, we wanted to cat through it. And since we don't know who the user is, right, we may go ahead and do a search for identification, for example. And I search for that, and now it says your identification has been saved in home Kenobi, and it was like, oh, okay, so maybe that is the user. Okay, there's another thing that we could potentially search for that would give us more information, and it could be something like public key. That could be something else too. So we get that. Now it says your identification has been saved in this location, and then, your public key has been saved in that location. So, okay, so there we go. Now we also know what the user is, and we know that they do have a public key that's also available here. So there are a few different ways that you can actually read through a massive log file without reading through it line by line and grepping for certain pieces of information. For example, the person's identification, right? Their ID, right? So that could be something that would be handy to you. There could be another way that you can do it where you can just say, okay, grep for user. Maybe it's not identification, but when you grep for user, obviously a bunch of information, like a lot more information will come up. So add a single anonymous login, it assumes that you have the user group, set the user and group under whatever user group, map bad user. What else can we do here? Is there anything in here that would give us the name of the user? Because it was supposed to show us the username, right? Because we saw user is Kenobi, right? And the group is Kenobi. So that was supposed to be in there somewhere, but for whatever reason, it's not showing that to us now in this output. So I'm kind of a little bit skeptical about that. But anyways, so this is kind of how you would go ahead and find various types of information that would potentially give you the name of the user. So now we have the name of the user. So the FTP service is running. The user itself is Kenobi. And now there's an SSH key that is generated for that user. So we know all of these things. So what we need to do now is we need to copy that information, right? We need to get access to that information. So if we do netcat and then give it the IP address again, and then now we're trying to connect on port 21, but this time around we can potentially actually log in, or we can potentially copy, right? So copy file, copy the key, right? You could technically do all of that stuff because we now know, where is it? We now know, let me run the previous command again. So we're going to go to Kenobi. We now know that Kenobi's home directory is this. We know that there is a key that was saved inside of the SSH ID RSA. So that's where it's actually been saved. And then the public key itself has been saved as idrsa.pub. So we know that. So that this is the actual file itself that we want to download, right? So now we've discovered that information, and you can see that right here. So they've copied the file home Kenobi SSH ID RSA. So they copied that entire directory. And then from there, they also copied the var temp IDRSA file as well from a very different location. So we have the mounted location, which is what we found earlier. You see, you see how these things kind of stack on top of each other, right? So when we went to enumerate for the shares, and we saw that there was this location, right? So on that port, when we ran this final command, we saw that the mount itself was the var location. And then from that location, we can potentially go ahead and rummage around a little bit. So if I actually go to this one, which is the one that we were initially logged in on on the connection. So NC, there we go. And not NC, excuse me. It wasn't NC. It was the SMB share. That's the one that we were supposed to use. So SMB client, there we go. Anonymous, there we go. Press enter. And now we're in here. Now I can do ls. And it says this, and I don't know if there you go. That's the current directory, is that location. So let's see what we do if we went up one, and if I printed it now, I'm still in the, okay, so that's not going to work. So what if I just did CD and then I did actual path itself? Would that work? Nope, it does not. Okay, so I'm trying to remember which one was the one where we found all of the information. I think, oh, so it was on this port. There we go. So it's on port 111, and I'm just logged into that share. So that's not the one that I was looking for. So we did the nmap on port 111. This is where we found the mount, which is the volume right here. And then from that mount, we also found a bunch of different locations or a bunch of different things that were in it. And so if we go further down here, or right here, where is it? In here, we see that there's the var temp and an ID RSA. So if we went over here, and sorry if I'm going like back and forth a lot, I'm just trying to kind of find these different elements for us to be able to connect the dots here. So inside of the var location, we have backups, cache, crash, local, lock, snap, www. It doesn't show me anything for temp. The NFS show mount is var right here, and then we have another var right here. So potentially it would have been inside of this this file, the log file. So maybe we can go ahead and read through the log file and look for the var entity and see what we can find. So we can see that the log file is that, and then there's the samba.log as well, and then var library samba, spool samba library. Okay, so still I don't exactly know where they found this temp ID RSA inside of that var location. So that's the piece that I would assume that this is like the default location that would be the temporary storage for that ID RSA file. I'll just give it that, and that'll kind of be how we would deduce and conclude that that's how they found it. But in either case, so we know that the var directory was a mount that we should see, which was on that task. So we've now moved Kenobi's private key to the temp. Oh, that's what it is. Oh my gosh. See, I need to read more instructions. I feel so stupid right now. Good Lord. Okay, so this one copied it, and then this one transferred it to the temporary location. I feel so silly. I can't believe I did that. Okay. All right. So now we've moved Kenobi's private key to the location. Okay, so what I need to do is I need to connect to the FTP server, and from there I'm going to do site CPFR and transfer that into my location. So let's see, it literally says it on the screen, ready for destination name. I feel ridiculous right now. That's just, oh, good Lord. Okay, whatever. All right, we learn from our mistakes, ideally. So okay, there we go, there's that. So we have connected. Now we need to do site CPFR and then home Kenobi SSH ID RSA, which is right on the right hand side of the screen. So I'm going to kind of stay zoomed out so I can actually see the path right here. So we're going to do site, right? CPFR. That's what it said, right? Site CPFR, yep. And then we're going to do the home Kenobi, and then give it the .ssh ID RSA, like that. So now it says file or directory exists and it's ready for destination name. So now I need to do site cpto and then put it into that temp folder. So site cpto and then do var tmp and then ID RSA, right? Yep, ID RSA, like that. Copy successful. Excellent. Okay, great. So we did it. Nice. So now we need to mount that temp directory to our machine. So let's see how they did this over here. While inside of our downloads folder, right, Ben at cloud, which I'm guessing, I don't know if it's the root location that they're talking about. I think this is the person logging in on their via OpenVPN. And so this is their own machine that they're doing this. So they made a directory called Kenobi NFS, and then they mounted that mount right there, that var location, to that Kenobi NFS, and it says only root can do that. So they did it with sudo. So they ran it, and now when they go into that directory, so if they do lsla and look at that, they should be able to see everything that was mounted from the external location from that that other location from this mount right here. They should be able to see it on their local computer, right? So this is actually the mount that they created on their local computer. So we have a network mount, and now we can go to that and get the private key and then log into Kenobi's account. So they took the key, right? And they changed the permissions on it so that they can access it. And now they were able to access it using ID RSA, and the Kenobi user flag would be available on that. So let's go ahead and do those pieces ourselves as well. I'm going to refer to my second monitor so that I can go ahead and type all of these things out without going back and forth. So the very first thing that we did was we copied the IDRSA file to the temporary location on the var directory. And then from there, we now need to go ahead and create a mount on our location here. So I'm going to close this out, and I'm going to go ahead and create a mount. So let me see where I am. I'm here. So I'll also go into my downloads folder just to be similar to what they did. So we're going to do sudo make directory, and then we're going to create a mount Kenobi NFS, basically exactly what they did. So I'm going to create a directory here, unable to resolve host, etc. name or service not known. That's silly. Why is the name or service not known? So let me do a make directory. That's so weird. Why would that not be? What do you mean? So it file already exists. Where is it if it already exists? Oh, I put it on the, oh, I feel so silly. So what if I go to MNT? That's where it is. So I thought I made it inside of my downloads location because I thought that's what they did, but we actually made it on the root location. That's why. So if we go to the root, we see that there is a mount location already, and so that's very silly. You see, these are basics about Linux that I've created freaking multiple Linux courses, and like sometimes I even forget. I'm like, oh my god. Hi. What if I wanted to create it in my current location? I would have had to do this. I would have had to do make directory and do a dot and then do the /MNT, and then it would have made it in my current directory, but I didn't do that, and I just did /MNT. So obviously it created it inside of the MNT location. Okay, so let's just go into Kenobi NFS. There should be nothing in here. Okay, great. So now, since we've already done this, what we can do is we can run the mount command. So it's going to be mount, and then we need to give it the IP address of our destination. So I'm just going to go ahead and get that IP address real quick, which is this guy. And it's this, what we're doing is we're mounting this IP address, and then we got to do the :/var. We have to do that. And then now we're going to do just the MNT Kenobi NFS. And so there we go, that's the mount. And now if I do ls in this location, okay, it's not doing it. So that's an issue. Maybe I should have done sudo mount, maybe. And let's see if that would have worked, but let me run this one more time. And let's see if the sudo mount command itself would work. So sudo mount 10 201 36 0 var mnt Kenobi NFS. Unable to resolve, name or service is not known. 201.36.0. Why is this not working, buddy? Now I'm concerned that I did something incorrectly. Okay, let me troubleshoot. Okay, so it's quite odd. So the LSLA would not work while I was in that location, but I just transferred myself to my downloads folder and I ran LSLA one more time. Even though when I ran sudo mount again, it still gave me that unable to resolve BS. However, now when I do the LSLA from the downloads location, it actually gives me the contents of my mount, which is kind of odd, but whatever. So, okay, that worked. So now that we have done that and we're inside of, we can see the contents of the mount folder, the next thing that we want to do is we want to move the contents that is that temporary folder ID RSA, right? So we want to go ahead and copy it to our current location. So inside of our downloads location. So we're just going to do copy, and then we're going to do the /mount, MNT, Kenobi, NFS /TMP /ID RSA. And then we got to do this dot at the very end so that it actually copies it in our current folder, which is the downloads folder. So now if I do an ls, we should see what the ID RSA is right there. Perfect. So that actually worked. Okay, great. Now it's just the rest of it is very basic. So we're going to give it the permissions of being able to, what is it? I think it's read and write, if I got that correctly, and an ID RSA. And so service name unknown, that's very annoying. That's so annoying that that's not working. Yeah, read and write is what we gave to it. That's so annoying that that's not working. Or it's giving me that error message. It's not that it's not working. It's just giving me that error message. And that's what's like most annoying out of this whole thing. Okay, so there we go. So now we're going to do Kenobi at the IP address, which is this thing right here. And we're using that ID RSA file to log in. So if this works, we would be logged in as Kenobi. And we accept the fingerprint, and there we go. We are officially logged in as Kenobi. So hopefully that made sense. I'm sorry if I made it a little bit confusing for you, but essentially what we did was we followed the directions exactly as far as, you know, creating a mount location, which is this mount Kenobi NFS at this at the root. So it's root, which is that initial /MNT Kenobi NFS. This is our directory that we created. And then we ran the mount command, so sudo mount, and then we gave it the location from the target machine / you got to make sure you have this colon at the end as well. So colon /var. And then we mounted it to this folder that we created. And now we have all these things inside the folder. And we know that we copied from this location, right? So we copied that log file, or not the log file, excuse me, that key file. We copied that key file that was for Kenobi. We copied it from the share location into our location when we did our netcat connection, and we were able to go ahead and copy that file into our temporary folder. We did all of that. So that worked great. And then all we did after the fact was we just used SSH to remote login into that. And then when you do SSH-I and you give it that key for the ID RSA, it doesn't ask you for a password for this user. So it just used that key to log us in as that user. I apologize if it was confusing. I hope it was not too confusing. I hope if you replay what just happened, you can kind of make sense of what I did. And I apologize if it was confusing. Sometimes I go back and forth and I make some mistakes. So hopefully that made sense to you. So now it says, what is Kenobi's user flag, which would be inside of their location. So print working directory, which is home Kenobi, and it's that user.txt file. That's what we're looking for. And so there's the user flag. That's the answer to the final question here. So we did all of that stuff, and there's the user flag. Awesome. All right, we made it work. We figured it out. I am so sorry if that was confusing. I realize that sometimes I go back and forth, and it can be confusing, but hopefully you were able to keep up and make sense. Okay, so cool. Let's now go to the privilege escalation with the path variable manipulation. In order to be able to manipulate these variables, these path variables, we need to first understand what SUID, SGID, and sticky bits are. So when you look at the permissions of any given file, so if we go inside of this location, and so we have these two locations, right? So we have the file itself, and then we have the actual folder. So if I do lsla, it'll give me these permissions. So you see these permissions right here. And they're all assigned to each individual one, whether it's a hidden directory, which is what we see right here. Anything that has a dot in front of it is hidden. And then whether it's something that is visible, like the share or the user text file. So whatever it is, you can see that it has its own set of permissions. So for example, the bash history has all of the permissions set, right? So let's understand what this actually means. So we have the read write, and then we have the next dash next to it, which would be the X technically, and then we have another read write, and then that would be an X, and then read write, and then that would be an X. So this one, if it's an S, right? So in this case, read write S, capital S, read write capital S, read write capital T, these would be considered the SUIDs, SGIDs, or the sticky bits. So an SUID bit on files, user executes the file with the permissions of the file owner. So let's go look at this now. So we have the file owner in this case, or that's kind of the current directory. So let's look at this file right here. So that's the file, the user txt file. The file owner is Kenobi and the group is Kenobi. Okay. So if we execute that file, we would execute it with the permissions of the file owner, which is these three, this first chunk right here. The very first item tells us whether or not it's a file or if it's a directory. So if it's a D, it's a directory, right? If it's just a dash, that means it's a file. And then the next three items are the permissions of the user. The next three items are the permissions of the group. And then the last three items are the permissions of everybody else who's not either the user or the group that belongs to, meaning any other user, right? So they can only have read permissions for this file right here, okay? So the user executes the file, meaning anybody other than the creator of that file, right? So the user executes the file with the permissions of the file owner, which is in this case, Kenobi. The SGID bit is that the user executes the file with the permissions of the group owner, which is again in this case Kenobi. The file that's created in this directory gets the same group owner. So this is the S user and then the S group. And then the sticky bit has no meaning, but the users who are prevented from deleting files from other users. So it says on files, this is what would happen. On directories, this is what would happen. And in this case, for the sticky bit, users are prevented from deleting files from other users. So that's basically it. So here's what we need to kind of take away from this, okay? So if we have the bash history, for example, the bash history, the user who created it was root, and the group that owns it is the root group, right? So if we execute this, or if we try to access that, we would be getting the permissions of the user who created it. But interestingly enough, all of that history just goes into the dev null folder, which from what I understand just deletes everything. So if I try to get into the bash history location, and it says there's nothing, it's not anything in there. So it's not a directory, I'm sorry. So if we try to do a read out of it, and it's empty because everything from that history is being sent into this dev null location, which immediately deletes everything that's transferred into it, okay? So that's what we got as far as the user who owns it, and then the group that it belongs to, and the permissions for those elements. So now that we kind of understand this a little bit, we can try to take advantage of this. So an SUID bit can be dangerous because some binaries like password need to be run with elevated privileges as it is resetting your password on the system. However, other custom files that have the SUID bit, other custom files that have the SUID bit can lead to all sorts of issues. That's a weird sentence. So some binaries such as password need to be run with elevated privileges. However, other custom files, this I think is an extra word, other custom files that have SUID bit can lead to all sorts of issues. Okay, that's an extra word. That was a very confusing sentence. To search a system, see, another misspelling here, another typo. So to search a system or to search the system, for these types of files, we can run a find command where we're looking for the permission where the user has the S set, the SUID set. And the type would be a file that we're looking for. So you see the type right there. The type is a file that we're looking for, and all the error messages, because there's going to be a bunch of permission error messages. So I'm gonna run this for you without that last element so you can see what it looks like. So if I run it, you're going to see a bunch of permission denied messages, which then distorts and kind of just pollutes our results. And all we're trying to do is find the things that are actually useful to us. So we'll run it again, and then we'll do the 2 to the dev null, because we already know all of these permission denied errors now will just be deleted, and all we'll see is the actual results, right? So none of these have permission denied. So if we run it, now we can see this binary and this binary and all of these binaries right here have the user SUID set on it, which means that we can actually potentially manipulate these to increase our privileges to a root user. So now, what file looks particularly out of the ordinary is the question that we're looking for here. So we want what specific one. I usually use this as a hint, so it's looking for 3 different elements. So let's see. So I mean, upon review, this one seems to be kind of an issue right there. The sudo command, the change shell, I want to say, I think that's what that stands for. So those are interesting. Menu maybe, but I think sudo, or maybe even the change fn. But I want to say sudo. So user bin sudo is what I'm gonna do. Let's see if that's the one. It's not. So let's see, change fn. No. Change shell. No. Okay, so it said I'm going too fast and it blocked me out. So user bin, none of those things were an issue. So user bin new group, user bin at, sh menu maybe. Out of the ordinary. Those are the only ones that really seem out of the ordinary for me, unless I'm blind or something. Okay, let's see. The only other one that I can think of would be menu. Okay, there you go. I mean, ultimately, we got there by just trying all of the variations, but sudo seemed more dangerous to me than menu. But so the next one says run the binary, how many options appear, and when we run this binary, it just gives us these 3 options: status check, kernel version, ifconfig. So there is that. Now, strings is a command on Linux that looks for human readable strings in a binary. So for example, if you do curl on the local host, uname and these are the actual strings, my apologies. So this is a string that would be human readable, uname, ifconfig. These things are readable, right? So this shows us the binary that is running without a full path. For example, it's not using user bin curl. It's just saying curl, right? Or user bin uname, it's just saying uname. So as this file runs as the root privileges, we can manipulate our path to gain a root shell. So we can actually do this. We can echo the binary of shell, right, into the curl path, the variable path. So this is what gives us, okay, because the whole thing that we're talking about here is path variables, right? So a path variable is this. That's a path variable. That's a path variable. Which means what? Instead of having to actually use the command's path to be able to call on it, for example, user binary curl, instead of having to do that, they just call on curl. So that means that user binary curl has been added to the path variables, and we can just go ahead and run curl just by itself without calling on that full thing, right? So that's a really key element. So now we can do something like this, where we can actually echo the shell into curl, change the permissions of curl to all permissions allowed, and then export all of that information into the path variable. So everything that's stored inside of that, the path environment, right, the environment variables, all of that is inside of this temp folder. So we're going to export everything into the path variable. And now we can run user binary menu again, and ideally we should be able to pull something. So if we do status check, which is number 1, and it gives us that we have a root user's permission, the group ID would be Kenobi and all that stuff, but the root user would be, or our user permission would be root, right? So hopefully, again, that made sense, because we took the binary of the shell and we put it inside of the curl environment variable. We changed all of the permissions of the curl environment variable because that was something that we could actually modify. And then we transferred all of them into the full list of environment variables, which then allows us to run something like user binary menu to be able to access it, and then when we access it and run it, it will do it with the root permission, which is that user that owns it, right? The full permissions, that SUID permission. I want to make sure that I extend the timer on my machine because I don't want to get kicked out. So we're almost done, and I don't want to get kicked out in the last minute here. Well, it says 57 minutes, which is kind of silly. I think it's my secondary window that is still operating based on the old machine that I ran. So I think that's kind of the issue that it's having. So, okay, anyways, let's go ahead, and now we're going to run the final set of instructions here so we can pull the root flag from the root location. So we already know that we have these 3 binaries. So the next thing that we need to do is we need to just run these commands that they showed us here. And hopefully that made sense. If it doesn't make sense, you can read into it a little bit more and find out more about these SUIDs. There was in the junior pen tester training series, there was a series of educational videos that had to do with increasing privilege by doing something like SUID manipulation. So you can learn more about them by going through those videos. But for now, we're just going to do exactly what they did. So they went to the temp folder. So we're going to be inside the temp folder. We have all of these things inside the temp folder. We're going to echo the binary shell, and we're going to send it to the curl command. And then we're going to change the permissions of the curl command to all of those to be able to read, write, and execute. And then we're going to export the path, right, into the temp folder, which is where we are. And we're going to give it all of the path variables, right? So that $sign represents all of the path variables. So we're taking everything from the path, all of the stuff that's stored in it, and we're putting it inside this temp location that we're in. And the temp location is accessible by everybody. So it should have access to all of the stuff that's inside of it, meaning Kenobi should get access to temp folder and be able to run everything with the permissions of the temp folder. So if we go back one, you should be able to see it. Oh, my computer. Don't freeze on me, buddy. Oh, no. I see. It was the attack box that was running out of time, not this virtual machine. So the attack box was running out of time, and now I have to redo all of those exercises to get back into the Kenobi user. That should be fun. So we're going to do all of that stuff again. Okay, let me do this real quick, and then we'll get back to that last piece. We were so close to finishing. All right, we'll do everything again, and then we'll get back to that last piece. Okay, so thankfully the attack box was the only thing that crashed, so I just needed to remount everything from this IP address. I'm just gonna add another hour to it. I should be done in the next 10 minutes, but I'm just paranoid now. But essentially the original virtual machine, the victim machine, was already up. So everything that we did on that machine is still applicable. So all I had to do was just come back into the attack box, create a new mount Kenobi FS directory, and then mount the actual var variable, or the var mount, excuse me, from the target machine to our machine, that mount that we created. And then when I do LSLA, we can see that everything's here again. So now what we can do is we can just go ahead and log in from that location. Or so basically what we can do is this. We would go ahead and copy the ID RSA file, right? So from NF Kenobi, we're going to copy the ID RSA to our current location, and we should be able to see it here. And there it is. So we're going to change that permission to ID RSA, and that should be available as well. And now I can go ahead and do ID RSA or use that ID RSA file to log into this location, which is my IP address, Kenobi, and there we go. Okay, perfect. So now we do have it, right? So now we're here, there's the text file, and so we were able to get the Kenobi flag already. So all of that is all good, and we were able to do all of these things. So now we can continue from where I lost my connection, which is finally getting that the menu, right? So the binary that we had found was that menu binary. So this thing right here. this piece right there. That's what we had originally found. So what we want to do, and hopefully I've already done it, but I'm just going to do it again. I think it died on me at I don't remember when it died. So hopefully I can just go ahead and rerun all of these things. And so I don't know if doing these things multiple times, if it's going to hurt me or not, but we're going to try it anyways and see if it'll work. So there we go. And then now user bin menu, and there's that. So if I do that status check, right, and do ID, there it goes. So it actually worked. So again, we took a shell, right? We just took the binary of the shell. For Kenobi, by the way, we took Kenobi's shell binary. Or actually, excuse me, this is the system binary. So the Kenobi binary would be add user, like this, user binary, and then shell. So we took the system binary and we put it into the curl command. And then we changed the permissions of that curl variable, not the curl command, it's the curl path variable, that environment variable, right? Because again, it would be user bin curl would be the full path for this. But instead of now curl holding user bin curl, that environment variable now holds the binary shell inside of it. So that environment variable now calls on the binary shell instead of calling on user bin curl, okay? And then we went ahead and changed the permission of that binary variable to everything, that environment variable to everything. And then we exported all of those variables into our temp folder. And then from there, we just ran the command. So user bin menu, we just ran it. And now we can see that it worked, right? The menu itself came up, and then all I did was just call on a status check on it and pressed enter. And then I ran the ID just to see if my ID had actually changed. And it has changed. So if I do who am I, it says I'm root. Okay, so that's great. So now what we need to do is we need to find out where we are. So we're in the home Kenobi. So we need to go ahead and get into the root. There we go. And so inside of the root directory, we should have the root folder, which we do. There it is for the root user. So we're going to go into that folder, and there's the text file. So we're going to read that text file, and there's the root flag. All right, we figured it out. We made it. Even though I made some mistakes, we did make it finally in the end. So hopefully that was relatively simple enough. I hope you were able to make sense of it and you were able to follow along and actually get the results that I got. So if we go ahead and do a quick little review here just to see what we did inside of this entire series of exercises, so you can kind of hopefully I'll try to make it a little bit more simple from the review, right? So we deployed the machine, right? That's the very first thing that we did. And then we ran nmap and it showed 7 ports open. The first time that I ran it, the machine itself that I deployed wasn't connecting. It wasn't giving me the things because, I don't know, for whatever reason, it was down. So I reran the machine. I restarted the machine. And then the second time that we ran it, it worked like a charm. So that was easy. Enumerating the Samba for shares, this was a piece that was kind of challenging because these scripts that were supposed to work for us through nmap did not work. So the way that we did it was, instead of using that script, we actually used SMB client with the -L, right? And -L allowed us to pull all of the shares that were available, and we saw that there were 3 shares available. One of them was print, the other one was something else, and then there was anonymous, right? And so anonymous was the one that was of note, that seemed kind of fishy. So we're like, okay, so let's go ahead and inspect it. And when we ran it, we saw that we could just press enter and we can get into it, and there was no password that was required. And from there, we found that there was a file inside of that share, which was that log.txt file. And there was a lot of information inside of that log.txt file, including the port that their FTP was mounted on, as well as the user, right? So we searched for identification, we searched for custom key, something like that. And so we found that, okay, there was a home Kenobi. So we found out that there was a user named Kenobi inside of that location. So we're like, okay, great. So we know who the user is. We know what port they're running FTP on. So from there, we were able to go ahead and try to find. And so this SMB get anonymous, the username, and so you can recursively download the SMB share too. And this is actually something that I did not do. I just downloaded the log file itself. So open the file on the share. There's a few interesting things. This is not the command that I ran. Once I was inside of the SMB client, when I pressed enter and it showed SMB, I just typed get and I downloaded the log file directly. So I didn't run this specific command, but you can always run that command to download everything that's inside of the anonymous folder, which would have been that log.txt file. There was literally only one thing that was in there. So I just ran get instead of SMB get, and then I just put get and then the name of the file, and it downloaded that file. So much simpler version of this. And then we read the file and we found the port number, and then we found that there was the Kenobi user. And then in our first Nmap scan, we also saw that port 111 was running, and it runs the RPC program. And in this particular case, the RPC program was doing an NFS, right? The network file system. It was a share that was being accessed. So we ran this command right here, which is the script for listing everything that's inside of the NFS service. And that one actually worked for us. And from there, we got the location of the mount, which was the /VAR. And then we went to try to attack and gain our initial foothold through the Pro FTPD service. And so we knew that there was an FTP port that was open. We just didn't know what kind of server was running on that port. So we did netcat, we did NC, and then we give it the IP address of the victim machine as well as the port number, which was 21. And then in the header, it said this is running Pro FTPD version 1.35. And then from there, we went and used the exploit database through searchsploit as well as the actual website itself. We saw there were 4 exploits that were running, and one of them was the mod copy module that was available, which allows us to copy something from a share and then transfer it to our own location. So we went and did that. So we did the copy of the share, and then which was specifically the Kenobi key. We took that Kenobi key and we transferred it to that VAR temporary location because that was the one that we could access. So we transferred it from one location to another location. And then from that, we created a mount on our local computer. So this is kind of where it gets a little bit technical. So while we are inside of that network share service, we transferred the key file from where it was sitting and we copied it into the VAR/temp folder because that was something that we could access on that network share. And so since we could access that on the network share, we were then able to go ahead and transfer that, not really transfer, but create a mount on our local computer. We created a folder. This is what we did. We created this folder on our local computer, and then we mounted that location. We mounted everything that was from that VAR location on the target machine. We mounted it on our local folder that we created. And then when we did that, we were able to run LSLA, which is basically listing everything, including all the hidden files and all of their permissions. And we saw that all of these things that came from that VAR path, from that location, it is now accessible through our local mount, which means that now we can access everything on our local mount as if we're doing it on that remote machine, which is perfect. So then what we did was we copied that temp IDRSA file. We copied it on our local, that dot that represents right there, that represents our, oh, I'm kind of blocking it, sorry. We copied everything that was on here and we transferred it to this dot represents that current folder, which is that downloads folder. So we copied that IDRSA key to our local downloads, and then we changed the permission of that key so that we can actually use it. And then we were able to use it as an SSH password. Instead of doing a secure shell password for Kenobi, we went ahead and actually just used that RSA key instead of a password. and we were able to log in as the Kenobi user. Once we did that, we were able to get the Kenobi user text flag, and then we had to elevate our privileges, and we did that by leveraging SUIDs, which is that super user ID or the set user ID bit. And so we did a search for all of the files that actually have that user permission set, and we were able to find this one binary, which is that user binary menu, which allows us to interact with it using the permissions of that set user ID. And then from there, we ran it, right? And so it showed that there were 3 different options that were available, which is like, get status, etc. So something that was important in this specific tactic that we did was leveraging the path variable. And this is the part where I just want to make sure that I kind of explain it a little bit better. So the path variable, and it doesn't really give us that much of an explanation on this, but it's very important to understand. So we have a folder, right, on every machine. That is the path folder. Everything inside of that path folder has the full path of a binary. For example, user bin curl, right? This is the full path of the curl binary. So instead of us having to type out user bin curl, so for example, Python is another one of these things, that there's a Python full path of where Python was downloaded. And instead of doing that full path to where Python is, we just type in Python 3 or Python whatever, and now we can access that full path of where Python is installed. So instead of having to do that every single time, for convenience, there's this location called the path folder. And inside of that path folder, it has a bunch of these different paths, and each one of them points to a variable. So this is pointing to the curl variable. So instead of you having to type in the full path, you just type in curl, and it accesses that path. So what we do with this here is we change the path that's assigned to the curl variable to the path that's assigned to a shell, which is the system binaries shell. So when you see anything that has user bin, these are the binaries that belong to that user that you're logged in as, for example, Kenobi. But when we do the /bin shell, that's the system's binary. So we are assigning the system's binary for shell to this curl variable and replacing this path with the other path. And it expired, but I'm perfectly fine because we're already done. We're just doing a review. So we replaced the path to curl with the path to the system shell, and then we changed the permission of that variable, that curl variable, to read, write, execute for users, for groups, and for everybody else. And then we exported all of that. We exported all of those entries that are inside of that path variable. We exported it to the temp folder, basically saying that we want to update our list of path variables with this new variable that we just updated, right? So we want to make sure that we can, every time we run curl, we should be able to actually go ahead and run a shell, right? That's basically what we do when we do this export and we're updating our list, right? So when we did that, then we were able to run this user binary menu. And then when we did that, it ran the command, this user binary menu, it ran it with the root shell. And then from there, you just enter. You do a status check, you get into it, and now you're root. And then everything that you do from status check in this particular case is now being done with the ID of root. So if we would have escaped out of status check, if we would have escaped out of the menu and escaped out of status check, we wouldn't be able to get the root flag because it would turn us back into Kenobi. So we want to stay inside of that and run everything inside of that. And we were able to do it as a root user. And then we were able to actually go ahead and run the command. So here's their explanation. We copied the binary shell, called it curl, gave it the correct permissions, and then put its location in our path. This meant that when we use the user binary menu and when we ran it, it's using our path variable to find the curl binary, which is actually a version of user shell, as well as this file being run as root it runs our shell as root, right? So that's like a much more concise version of what I just tried to explain. So when we did that, we were able to finally retrieve our root shell. If you would like to get more videos like this one, make sure that you like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell so that you get notified the next time that a video comes out on this channel, whether it's for CompTIA Pentest Plus, whether it's for offensive pen testing, or whether it's for the AI for cybersecurity training series, which is my current favorite training series that we're working on, which is the AI for CySec video right here. Super excited about that one. I'm very, very excited about it. It's one of the things that I have wanted to work towards for a very, very long time. So I'm happy that we're finally actually making that progress, and there's a lot of content that's being constantly uploaded into this channel, and it has currently, as it stands, it has to do with offensive security, pen testing, and it has to do with AI. Everything that I've done up until this point has been more for defensive security. For example, we have the SOC Level 1, SOC Level 2 security engineering. There's the Cybersecurity 101, CySec 101 playlist. So there's a lot of stuff that's available if you're just starting out and you want to learn more about the basics. And then there's a lot of stuff that's available for CompTIA basics types courses. For example, the playlist that we have for Linux Plus. So people have used this to pass their Linux examination. People have used it to land jobs that require Linux. For example, SpaceX. That's actually one of my favorite stories. So Linux Plus is a complete course. You can actually use that to either get masterful at Linux, or you can use it to prepare for your examination, etc. CompTIA Pentest Plus is the one that we're working on right now. This one has all of the lectures completed, so now it's more about just giving you a bunch of lab exercises that you can learn more about what you can do with the various tools. Network Plus is also completed, and this is one of those things that, again, you can use it for your certification exams or to just get really good at networking. Security Plus is for the foundations of security, and so all of these things are also available for you. I'm probably going to end up doing CYSA Plus as well, and I'll do a few other CompTIA courses that I think are really important and foundational. But for people who want to learn more about system administration, Linux Plus is great. Network Plus is great. All of those things are really good. If you want to go into security, there's the Security Plus, there's Cybersecurity 101, there's SOC Level 1, SOC Level 2, Security Engineering, all that. And then now we're currently inside of the pen test, which is offensive security, and of course AI. So that stuff is super exciting for me. And there's all these things that are available for our Hackaholics Anonymous members that have to do with Python and teaching people how to script. There's a really good video that is a kind of like a beginner to intermediate video, which is the Python for cybersecurity video. And that video, if my keyboard actually starts working, that video teaches you how to use Python. So this is actually the one right here, how to build algorithms for cybersecurity in Python. So this is actually a really solid video. It's 6 hours and 17 minutes long. It's one of the more well-received videos that we've done, and a lot of people have loved it. So there's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of stuff that's available on this channel that you can leverage to teach yourself and to upskill yourself so that you can become more valuable in the market. So if you have any questions for me, please drop them in the comment section below. If you want to review what we talked about in this video today, if you have any questions about what we did today that were maybe not clear, please drop comments. I'm very responsive in the comment section. And of course, make sure that you like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell so that you get notified the next time that a video comes out on this channel. And then there's Hackaholics Anonymous. If you want access to my notes and exclusive downloads and to get lifetime access to me on Discord, consider joining Hackaholics Anonymous. We have 4 tiers. We have the supporter, the agent, the guardian, and the master. Each tier gets their own Discord server and early access to content. The agent, guardian, and master levels get exclusive content, exclusive downloads, monthly Python automations, live streams with me every single month, plus so much more. And to join, you can simply click the link in the description below and you will be able to choose the tier for which you want to join. I really hope I see you in the Discord chats. If not, I hope I see you in the comment section. It's your boy Hank Hackerson at Hank Hacks Hackers, your favorite network and system attacker / protector. If no one else loves you, Hank loves you. Love, peace, and chicken grease. And I will see you in the next video later.